Welcome to Part 2 of our coverage of the Superworld by Pinktops, or Pink Triceratops, entitled Hangry Sun Solar System, and accompanied by extensive program notes, which I am going to link in the chat, and which consist of some kind of incomprehensible meta plot about makers going out into the universe, exploring the galaxy one planet at a time. We're currently through 4 worlds out of 8. There are 32 total levels. We are through 16, so right at the halfway point, and hoping to complete the rest over the course of this sitting. And we're going to enter that World 5 here, which is the planet Saturn, with a bank of 25 lives. And yeah, I'm not going to read the entire synopsis for this world, but it is apparently a world of advanced technological research, and so we should expect some contraptions, some weaponry, something to that effect. But again, I'm not sure I entirely follow the plot, so also not sure exactly what order we'll do them in. I guess we'll just go top to bottom. Doesn't really matter, except of course for one thing, which is the ordering of the clues that are dispensed by the secret rooms in the meta puzzle, which I'll describe in just one moment. So, yeah, this is indeed going to be 5-1 in HSSS, Hangry Sun Solar System, but notably, if I bring up my notes from last time, each room has a secret room that contains an alphabetic clue that you can string together towards some kind of message. So far we have the message, and in the end, the something. And we did miss some clues along the way, but if we get most of them, I think we should be able to reconstruct the actual solution. Without further ado, let's get right into it. So what was this called again? Swatch Station. So looks like if you jump into these areas, that gives you the activation zone for an on-off switch. So that's going to be the platforming concept that we'll take with us into the rest of the level, especially these parts that are upside down. So this is going to be interesting. I currently don't see what that's going to be about. But of course, if we jump, all of this will release, and if we jump again, then we have access to this coin, which kind of shows you that there was some kind of POW activation that was dropping a coin for us. Not a POW activation, actually a bomb activation. And we know that because these coins down here, on top of the blue platforms, are still alive. Whoops. Forgot that we were swapping back to right side up. And yeah, it looks like we'll cross this eventually. The slot up there just signified the mushroom. Here we just need to stay nice and low. And we spawn those in very fortuitously. They're not always going to crash into each other quite so conveniently. Although perhaps sometimes they will. If they do, then we just have to zip across and cross down here. The upper segment really doesn't look like the most accessible, but no, actually, if we look at it here, it looks very clear to us that we will, in fact, need to take that path up top. So down here is just going to be the reset for doing everything wrong. I think it's fairly clear what we need to do here. We actually just need to double tap these. And if we do that, then everything should be fine. And hello, welcome Mail as well as Teramis and Mang. And yeah, hopefully the pre-roll ads are not too much of an irritation. I don't have too much control over what Twitch chooses to do, and it's a bit of an irritation to smaller channels. I think most channels of my size would rather just not have the pre-roll ads because we earn no revenue from that, and it's just an irritation to our viewers. But anyway, we're going to jump into this zone here and block off all that. Jump into it again. There we go. Yeah, it looks like it is based on a jump interaction, though. You do need to jump within range, and there is a certain cooldown time. Of course we're going to go for this. Oh, I do get ad cash, but very little. It pretty much doesn't matter for a channel of my size. The cut is totally insignificant. So, but if you are a Twitch affiliate and you're able to receive subscribers as well as give people channel point rewards, etc., the price of that is that Twitch will run ads all over your channel. At least when people log in initially. They were trying to expand that and trying to push the program even further around this time last year, but thankfully there was a fair bit of blowback against some of their plans. But yeah, that's just one of the back-end realities of streaming as a small channel that I guess as a viewer you ordinarily wouldn't hear that much about, but anyway, this pipe was available. I don't know what it's about yet. We might as well check it first. We have 89 seconds remaining on clock. So this is upside down. So should I be reading both of these letters in order as a UE? Or, yeah, I guess I should, because an upside down... It should be either UE or NE. I think it's probably going to be a U. But then let's pull up here and see if there's anything. Really seems like there's going to be more to work with here. And, whoops. There we go. Momentarily Sane, welcome. We'll need to be careful about this and maybe jump... Yeah. No, that's still going to be within detection range. Ideally, I can just get all the way up. No, I actually have to just go really fast and beat the speed of the detector, I think. Whoops. Let's turn that off first. Go up. And yeah, we just need to be fast. That's all there is to it. And here we go. Nope. Once again, have to be really quick. Not that cool. Slow. Okay. Luckily, very gentle reset on this. I don't know what kind of bonus is up ahead because we've already seen the collectible letters in the bonus screen here. Okay, let's go... Whoops, we're running out of time, so... Mail64, there is no list today. I'm not playing at viewer levels. However, if you take a look at the title of this stream, you'll see the maker code for the Super World that I'm playing. We played half of the Super World last week on the Thursday to Friday stream, and I'm just continuing it today because I'd like to finish Worlds 5 through 8. Now, there actually is a very extensive series of program notes that accompany the Super World that have a sort of bizarre storyline to them if you feel like following that and having a glimpse into Pinktops' surrealist imagination. But yeah, this is a traditional maker that had been recommended to me for a long time, and is also a fairly big presence on Mario Maker Reddit. One of the more prominent makers who are from that side of the community. And so, this had been something that had been on my list for some time, and it's kind of nice to finally run it, so... Yeah, no worries about that. I try to run a lot of curated maker features throughout the week, and save viewer levels for weekends, and that's been kind of a nice balance, because that's allowed me to run some longer projects here, like Super Worlds, puzzle levels, that kind of thing, so... We usually get lower viewership here than for viewer levels, for obvious reasons, but that is fine by me, as long as we get to show some quality content. And sometimes running Super Worlds has also brought some really good makers to this stream, and that's always nice to see. Okay, we managed to only activate that once. So yeah, I don't know, given the upside-down nature of this, if I should be reading this as UE or NE, but what I'll do is I'll jot both of them down on the notes screen. And yeah, currently this is what my notes window looks like. We've been collecting these bonus screens for a message that will eventually show up at the end. And that's kind of the additional collectible element to encourage you to do the optional content here. So, okay, here we go. Nope, I saw that spike ball and for some reason just misread it as a power-up. Not really accurate there, so let's grab the mushroom. The mushroom, of course, was just made available by the switch activation early on, I think. We'll just run around these guys very carefully. And yeah, we'll just jump into this one here. Well, whoops, nope, that's a problem. I didn't realize there would be that double activation. Yeah, I mean, I am kind of guessing at what the activation mechanism actually is. I mean, it usually would be something like being within thwomp range, or claw range. And that would, of course, depending on the mechanism, affect the speed of it being reactivated. And without being able to see what it is, I do need to sometimes trust my own estimates for when something is going to activate twice. So we've done the bonus screen to the left. Let's tap this. And this. Whoops. Not within range for some reason. Should have gone a little bit higher. Probably should have stopped for the mushroom. Whoops. Stopped for the mushroom. Alright, let's wait this out once again. Yeah, it looks like... yeah, because when you walk into this, you are within the thwomp range, and so it's not just a jumping interaction. When you stay there, you are going to have a repeated interaction here. So it looks like it's probably just a thwomp that is directly placed next to an on-off switch, such that you have an instant hit, but delayed by the thwomp retracting back into position between strikes. That looks very much like what it is. Whoops. Okay, there we go. It's very true, yeah, that the thwomp detection is going to change depending on whether you are 1 or 2 tiles high. Here, though, I think it's still fairly clear what you're working with because of the way that all of the zones here are demarcated. So, I haven't really had any consistency issues with that so far. The range indications seem to be generally okay. Because, you know, there is kind of a consistent rule as to whether you will be within a certain number of tiles of a thwomp, but the issue, of course, whoops, is that you need to be aware of the delay when you are standing on a location that will have that instant reactivation. Okay, once again, let's jump up here, try to activate all that, and we're going to have bonus coin once again. Looks like there is kind of a 10, 30, 50 system here. No, let's jump, but jump in such a way that I can land to the left side. Nope, not quite. There we go. Grab the mush. And let's move onwards. Looks like we will need to activate this once first, just to make sure I get down here. I saw that coming, and still it was a problem for me. Okay, let's be careful with the spike balls striking the platforms themselves. Okay. That was awfully dangerous. Okay, just a little bit of patience and strategy here will actually get us across most of the way, but you do need to be careful. So yeah, it's very easy to see what is coming. It does still take a little bit of planning, though. Looks like, once again, that the top slot here is going to probably drop a mushroom with activation. No, maybe not. I was hoping it would. Whoops. Let's not do that. Except we know that the question block in the next segment will give me that pretty much right away, so Don't need to spend too long dwelling here. Okay, there we are. Yeah, when you do plan it out, everything's going to be fine. The issue, of course, here is, well, going to be evident in a moment. Let's just... no, was a bit impulsive there in terms of expecting there to be a second activation. Especially because as Tall Mario, as we were discussing earlier, the fact that my head was within range was potentially a point of concern, but I wasn't quite sure in terms of whether or not that activation would be detected right away. Let's grab the mushroom anyway, though. I mean, it does perhaps complicate things, but I would rather have that as insurance against taking a hit. Yeah, once again, let's go over here. Yeah, that's why we have insurance against taking a hit. Alright, straight across. Okay, there we go, that's fine. And that's fine. And, oh, this is interesting. Oh yeah, that's because that's one of the planetary astrological symbols that has consistently been a feature of the superworld as you go from world to world. That is apparently the symbol for Saturn. And next GM, yeah, welcome. Thank you for the GGs, and yes, we will change to Toad for the next attempt. So we'll start up the next level first, because unfortunately you can't just get into the settings screen on the superworld itself. No, you can't. So I do need to put in the first attempt as Luigi, and then we'll switch to Toad directly after that. So just give me a moment, and we'll do that. Oh, and you thought the symbol was perhaps a hiragana, okay. Yeah, it's just that I was inferring that from having played Worlds 1 through 4 and seen that there was a planetary symbol system that was going on all throughout this whole superworld concept. So that's how I was figuring that out. No, that's okay. We just will take one extra life here as Luigi before we go on. It looks like I missed the Tanuki leaf anyway, but we will have some more. Looks like there will be some flight. I wonder... Okay, it will be flight plus desert wind, and we'll see what that's all about. Ah, I see. This is like a comet trail. I think that's what's kind of implied here, that you're going to be flying into this thing that looks very much like a comet trail. I'm going to have a nice relaxed entry what allows you to just pilot your way in here. Whoops, no, I needed to bounce off of the Wiggler. Very gentle reset here. Because I need to take advantage of the fact that the bounce will reset your ability to continue floating with the Tanuki leaf, which is something that we know very well from the levels by one of the other really prolific Reddit makers, Death to Spies. Not just on Reddit, but to someone we kind of know as a maker around the community, who does all kinds of flight levels that really show off what you can do with bounce refreshes. And yeah, once again, didn't really tap very accurately coming out of that, so... But yeah, this is a level that's very gentle on the clear rate, though, so... We'll just punch through here. Nope, needed to tap that guy. Let's not forget. And yeah, plenty of room to... Whoops. Almost died to the desert wind. Currently, we're not really taking advantage of the wind at all, or doing much to interact with it, but I think that will likely change as we get into the later parts of the level. Especially as we get carried over here. As you can see, the wind definitely matters in that location. Interesting thing about the Dry Bones plus Wiggler setup, of course, is that you can just overlap with it if you've taken damage such that it's not going to block the door. And of course, the ability to take 2 hits, whoops, is going to save us a bit of trouble there, if we do in fact lose the leaf. We don't want to get in trouble with the timer, though, from too many repeated attempts. And look at that, the timing of the wind there is very nice, except of course we overshot. But it's nice to have the wind show up right on time to get us all the way across that large segment there. And it's been surprisingly consistent in terms of when we get here. Just in time to be carried over. The spacing is quite nice in terms of accommodating whether the wind is active or not. I do want to... Okay, no, I was hoping to jump to the left there, so we could reset on top of the platform, but the wind actually prevented me from doing so. But I think that is what you're supposed to do. I think you do want to reset the ability to fly and then wait for the wind to carry you across the large chasm and time it that way. Because currently I don't know what kind of distance I have to cover, and if I don't know what kind of distance I have to cover, I just have to assume that I need the wind to give me a bit of a boost. So you can keep P-speed by just jumping on the Angry Wiggler. Yeah, you can keep the ability to float, basically. Like, you reset the ability to tap the tail. And yeah, it's a mechanic that I'm pretty sure is already there in SMP3, but is something that you almost never really have a reason to use unless maybe you're a speedrunner. And so it wasn't really until Maker 1 that I started seeing this used very often, but it also matches up nicely with a lot of the other flight mechanics for items like the squirrel acorn in SMBU. So I'm not sure it's the P-speed that's at issue exactly, but you can watch the indicator to clarify that for yourself. But it's definitely the ability to fly that is maintained. As you can see, the P-speed meter does remain active. Whoops. Tapped a little too high there. It's in Maker 1, and it should therefore be in NSMB 2 as well. Yeah, probably. Given the similarities with the NSMB engine for most of the physics. And of course just the presence of the Tanuki leaf in NSMB 2, if that's what you're talking about. And yeah, this was definitely a Maker 1. Like I said earlier, the other Maker I was talking about, Death to Spies, was the one who made a ton of stuff showing this off back then, and still does, I think, from time to time when they're not making music platformers instead. But as you can see, if I've already lost speed there, I cannot maintain the flight. I do have to have this active as I get onto Wiggler. So it doesn't work exactly like something like the Squirrel Boost, where you just have it reset no matter when you get the landing. As you can see, if I'm floating downwards, that's already a little bit too late. And so it's that particular spot where I need to compensate for the fact that I'm being pushed by the wind. Yeah, I'm getting these consistent timings because I am just launching off right away as soon as I get out the door, I think. Yeah, we just fall in there gently. Nope, too high. Interesting flight challenge where it's so gentle about not killing you until you get to the end of this trail that it almost feels like a bonus minigame of sorts. Because it's all about this one very focused challenge. But we're going to follow the trail all the way up. And can I get over here? Yes, I can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for the next burst of wind, probably. No, that's a bad idea. Didn't build up nearly enough speed to fly at all. That was not great. But as you can see, actually, whether or not I get pushed by the wind, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to spend enough time airborne that I will be pushed by the wind no matter when I launch. And so if I launch from that location, I will be okay, because we've already seen where the conveyor goes, or where the next conveyor to land on is going to be. So. And there we go. Yeah, I really like the timing of that. That you're going to get a nice little push there. And so yeah, I do need to reset here. Let's not fall into the spikes. Of course. Oh, why am I not building up enough speed? Okay, I need to do that a little better, I think. I can definitely build up enough speed on that platform. It's just that it's not going to happen with just a straight run from 0. I do need to build up slightly. Okay, so let's drop in here. And let's get back down again. Alright, up we go. Yeah, so here on the Sunday to Monday stream, I usually don't stream on this day, but since we didn't manage to finish the Super World in one sitting last time, I thought I'd make a bit of an extra time for it. But it'll also be a nice little experiment in seeing what turnout is like and whether people can make it to this time. Because I'm playing a little bit with the schedule anyway, so... Oh, interesting. It looks like there is either a secret or a hard mode. It looks like the checkpoint indicates that there will be a bit of a hard mode challenge that maybe gets you to a secret. I think that's, in fact, pretty strongly implied. And it's going to be a vertical zone, which it will have to mind our heads for a little bit, specifically because of locations like that. The checkpoint, of course, is just mostly there for rescuing you from the timer if you just have too many resets along the way. Nope. And let's not get pushed too hard by the wind here. Let's go back, reset, and move on. Okay, up we go. Nope, still having trouble with that corner. Sometimes I'm just compensating a little bit too much for the wind, and gaining a bit too much height on that corner because of that, especially because there's always a bit of a risk in scrolling that in on a camera if I can't quite see what's above me yet. Okay, no, almost, except I lost too much speed by the time I arrived at that location. This will be death because I am overlapping everything here. Couldn't quite slip in beside the Wiggler. So let's grab a leaf. I said let's grab a leaf. I mean, there are more leaves that come out of the twister, but I don't know if I'll hit those, so let's get up here and just do it this way instead. Nope. Take the hit and go back. So yeah, this Super World in general has been quite a lot of fun so far. It's been fairly relaxed. A lot of things are sort of around the 5% zone in terms of clear rate, I think. And it is one of those that's mostly traditional, but with a lot of unique mechanical ideas per stage, as well as some interesting boss designs at the end of each world, at least from what we've seen so far. So it's been a fairly good time. I do recommend it. Whoops. And so we'll just head back up. Up we go. Nope. I've been progressing through it somewhat slowly, but that's because the stages are actually decently substantial. And of course, sometimes they take a little longer because they're actually very gentle about letting you reset at certain challenges like that one instead of just killing you outright. And so you can think of the clear rate as slightly inflated by that, but I think it's also something that encourages you to get this frictionless instant reset between failures. I've seen a lot of optional hard modes at the end of levels lately, and I've always liked the concept. I did see a lot of it originally from some Japanese makers, but it seems to be catching on a bit. And of course, it just leads to clear rates that on the previous screen are just totally misleading because you don't know how much they've been lowered by people trying the hard mode, but I always do if I have time. And of course, if you decide to give up on this, you can just go back out the checkpoint and grab the clear. It doesn't screw up the world record, because the world record, you would just assume that it's not going to be taking a hard mode path. I mean, world record is just world record, right? It's going to be pretty cut and dry, pretty unambiguous. Okay, here we go. Nope. Speaking of which, this maker, Pinktops, is the one that held the 9-minute 45 record on the Zelda dungeon that we were playing last week, and which I missed by 3 seconds. So this maker, Pinktops, got 9-minute 45 on that level, and I ended up with 9-minute 48. So at some point, we're going to have to snatch that record away, but we'll do Pinktops here a favor and clear this out first. Okay. Up we go. This has been a fairly popular super world. It had a ton of plays on it already when I loaded it up. But I think it was one thing that did make a fairly big splash on Mario Maker Reddit when it first launched, which is sometimes unusual because I find that in my experience, a lot of Reddit presence doesn't actually really translate to that many plays. That you get a lot of people just upvoting things without really playing them, and that, you know, the actual playing goes on in things like the level exchanges. But I've never really been too tight with the Reddit side of the community, so I don't know the dynamics there that well. Oh, I was expecting a reset door here. I guess we were out of doors, actually. Because, of course, there is going to be a door limit per zone. And we may have just not reached a point where that was available. But it's going to be functionally the same thing anyway to restart up here, and just with that additional death. We have not hit game over in the world yet. We're down to 19 lives, and I, of course, have been skipping a lot of the one-up bonus challenges because I thought I was going to be doing just fine. Nope, still having tons of trouble with that corner. It is a little difficult to see coming, even if you expect it. But I can afford to be a little bit cautious, especially because there is that boundary between red and yellow that gives you a bit of a warning zone. It's just that when you turn that corner, sometimes that warning zone might not be enough for you to react accurately. Especially if you're just tapping repeatedly to fly the way I am. Or for that matter, trying to aim a little higher because I want to land on the wiggler. So that's why I'm having so much trouble with that spot. I'm kind of overcompensating for the wiggler and also not paying enough attention to the scroll in that camera. I do have to let up a bit, as you can see, and that is going to be the solution eventually. Okay, let's get in here. And just give this a push. And up we go. Whoops. But yeah, in general, if this turns out to be a better day to be doing things like Super World content than what we were trying previously on the Thursday to Friday stream, I might reshuffle the schedule a bit so more of you are able to attend and see some of the stuff that I'm slowly pushing through. And up we go. Nope, still having some issues. Okay, up we go. And up and up and up. Nope. Oh, we'll make it eventually, I'm sure. Yeah, it's a very focused level in a way in that it's purely about flight accuracy. There's only one thing going on in here. But yeah, we kind of got out of there a little bit too early. I think we must be near the end, just given the fact that we are out of reset doors already. But I would assume that this eventually takes you to the bonus clue room that we've been consistently seeing in each of the levels so far, given that I haven't found it otherwise. And it's always nice just to see as much content as possible. The maker put it in here. I find that especially with traditional worlds, optional content is always something I want to run. Okay, let's mine the wind here. That's going to take me through, and let me just scan around up here before I do anything, in case there's anything going on. Nothing? Okay, just checking. Yeah, and that's why there was a door still being held at the end. This is going to be YO. And so we'll jot both of those down on the notepad. I'm not going to pull it up, but we'll write that down. And this was 5-2. Yes, okay. Just making sure. And that takes me back out. So that's it for Saturn's Slipstream. Nowhere near that 25-second world record, of course, but that's because we took our time doing everything the hard way. Okay, let's see what the hammer is all about. It's slow hammer. Interesting. I see, okay, so yeah, it's just a low gravity, allowing you to have a chance to dodge the hammer properly. Don't know what these markers are all about in these spots here. I think it's quite possible that you'll be going through this twice, perhaps, with something changing. Here, you have to ride that down to the pink coin, but you do need to wait for a more convenient hammer location. And whoops. Oh, I see. The red marker is just where the mushroom spawns. So if you want, you can kind of anticipate that location and go for it in advance, just so you have a reasonable chance of catching that. And yeah, no, I mean, it is auto-scroll. Everything is going to be consistently timed because of that, because all of the spawn positioning is going to be what it is. The thing is, though, that you have to be aware of that element of randomness that comes from the hammer throw, and otherwise, though, everything is going to be camera controlled. As you can see, blue spawns the spike tops, so we do need to be aware of that. When they spawn above the block like that, though, they are consistently going to walk to the right. And here is another optional challenge. Let's miss. Yeah, I didn't quite manage to adjust out of that jump. On to the next parachute stump. You definitely need to sway a bit in midair to get everything going the way you want. And, no, too early. Yeah, let's not jump the gun quite that hard. As you can see, I was actually bouncing around at the bottom because you are within the death zone. For the jump blocks there, presumably, that are bouncing the spike balls up into position. So I wasn't taking the death there because I don't actually fall that far off screen before I hit that. Whoops. Which is interesting, because it implies that I am able to get myself out of trouble in certain locations. Not that one, obviously, but there were definitely places I was landing down below that were not killing me instantly, and which you would think, though, that there would be something like a series of invisible blocks that would block me from coming back up and effectively cheesing it. Interesting, that series of P blocks up here. Ah, yes, one up. Okay, that's what it's about. See, my ability to estimate height is really not great when it comes to low gravity in terms of having an intuitive sense of how high I can jump. So, sometimes we can reach things. Like this over here, for instance. Notice, of course, that because of the way that the cloud doesn't overlap with anything, that hitting such a block in that position doesn't do anything to deal with the hammer. I want to get all the coins anyway, so if I miss, we might as well take the death. Alright, up we go. And yeah, we'll just dodge around a little bit. See what this is all about. And down. Yeah, that one feels fairly safe. It's just the next one that had been giving me trouble in terms of landing from stump to stump. The hammer, of course, is going to be just barely out of reach. Can't do anything myself to kill it. At least, it doesn't look like it. Okay, that's actually going to be safe. Now we can just go directly. I feel like I maybe was able to jump on top of the cloud there from the pipe location. Probably not. Interesting. Wonder what this is all about. It looks like you need an on-off activation, though. And you would be spawning in the on state, so unless you get the opportunity to come back, I think maybe I'd needed to hijack the cloud in order to climb this. So we'll try to take it to the end of the level, but I may in fact take the death if we don't see a way to go back there with a switch activation. I think I was supposed to hijack the cloud then, and look for an on-off switch somewhere that I could hit. Unless we see some evidence of an alternative method. Whoops. But we'll think about that, because I think it's very clearly implied here that having hit an on-off switch in the previous segment gets you upstairs. But of course we already have access to something with the pink coins as well, so I don't know if it's just a second secret room or something else, but we'll try to see what the pink coins get me first before we assume too much about how this level is structured. But definitely I feel like there was a tantalizing secret there that we lost the opportunity to receive. Okay, bend it down this way. Okay, no safety coin, which means key death, which means... yeah, I may want to restart this from the beginning then, and this time... I mean, I do want to look for the switch anyway, so... no problem with that. Yeah, I think given how close I am to having enough height to get up to the cloud, hijacking the cloud from the pipe location at the end is exactly what we should be looking for. Really does look like it's absolutely doable. And like I said, there is an element of RNG to the hammer throw direction, I believe. That's something that you can't really predict with any consistency, so sometimes you just need to play around that element of chaos. Although, of course, putting the hammer up in the cloud like that is the closest thing we can get here to the amazing flying hammer bros from Super Mario World, which was actually their only appearance in Super Mario World, as an enemy. You only ever see them flying on those gray platforms. Yeah, that looks risky. I don't think that may be it after all. So I wonder what it will be when we look at the next segment. And I'll have to think about that when we get there. What to do with the on-off switch. And whether it means anything. It might not be something with the on-off switch, given that so far the blue blocks have been consistently denoting what happens with the enemy spawns. However, here's something to notice. That there is an off-screen activation of the on-off switch that is being triggered somehow. And we know that because we go from the empty red blocks to the empty blue blocks as we transition between mushrooms and the spike top segments. So maybe there was something I needed to do in order to maintain the red state going into this segment here, because yes, we're not going to get enough height after all. But some way to bypass that state switch or otherwise manipulate it. You can discover hidden blocks like the spikes do, or I can't? You know, that's a good question. Yeah, you know, that's exactly right. Let's do the obvious thing. And yes, the notation system is just exactly the same here. So yeah, we missed the obvious. And that just happens sometimes. I do need to find a better way to get around, though, just to make sure we get around like that. Without hitting too many of these, otherwise won't be able to jump. There we go, just trying to hit some of these to get them out of the way. And hopefully I haven't sabotaged myself too much here by activating all that. Okay, just a coin, so nothing too big. You cannot keep clouds between sublevels now. Okay. Now we just need to read this properly and not take the key death after the last pink coin. On one hand, it feels like a bit of an oversight, but on the other hand, it is something optional, which makes it a bit more defensible. Mostly the issue with key death is when you do lock somebody out of something permanently, but if you are imposing the challenge of being able to play through everything cleanly from the beginning without dying at the very end in order to get a secret, that's a little bit more understandable. Especially because as a traditional designer, sometimes the sort of concept of the key depth and a safety coin doesn't look like the most self-explanatory thing to people who are new to the game and new to Mario Maker. Given that key death mechanisms like the safety coins in general are something that's a necessary workaround, but also very dependent on community knowledge, and so we'll see how this goes. Let's see. Punch our way through once again, and wait for the opportunity to get coin 4. Okay, here's coin 4. And as long as we land safely, it shouldn't matter too much if I take the hit. We will now look for the key door, which will now take me down to the checkpoint, which implies, of course, that some additional challenge awaits. Kind of like that, actually, that you have the key coin leading you not just to the secret room directly, but to something additional that you do need to do. You can see why there is a checkpoint, though, because of stuff like this, because you do need to land safely into the door. And if you just scout ahead recklessly like I do, that's exactly why you're grateful for respawning here, but also being careful not to jump up above the cloud Locking yourself out, of course, you can just take the death and respawn at checkpoint if you somehow manage to do that to yourself. Just stick to one side for the time being and dodge hammers as they come. Eventually, of course, when the other hammer is off screen, we would find it safer to ride on a side that is less active. And so that's how we'll do it. Don't exactly know how they'll converge on the center here. Oh, it's because we need to hit these coins, these blocks, and then jump on top of the block. Actually, having the half tile is going to be enough. I realized that too late. You can stand just halfway on top of the tile on the left and get through the door just fine. Which is not to say we did that. So let's get back down. And just ride it down. Yeah, so hoping to complete this in one sitting today. We are kind of taking our time with World 5 so far. Definitely trying to complete everything, World 1 to 8, in one sitting was maybe a bit too ambitious. But that's why I decided to split that when we previously ran this last week. Okay, down we go. And we'll see what else we can accomplish. Yeah, a bit dangerous here, but we'll just absorb that. And whoop, no. That was slightly off camera. I'm glad I salvaged that, just barely. Very risky. Yeah, here once again, we don't need to hit everything, we just need to hit enough to get up through the door. So let's, whoa, dodge that. And pop our way in. And that's going to give me the letters UT, so I'm going to write that down before we exit out the pipe. One of the pipes. Don't want to exit out the door, of course. Unless we're supposed to and just take the death, but I doubt it. That would be a little bit punishing. We're going to get a 1-up for our trouble at the very end. That's it for Slowhammer. Thank you for the GG. We're at 18 lives. I think maybe for safety and just to avoid the embarrassment of a game over, we should do at least some of the bonus games. Not all of them. But we'll just pump this thing. Take it to the point of explosion. All that trouble for one single 1-up. That's okay. You never know when it might wind up mattering. Alright, let's close out World 5 with Gear Grind Garrison. Okay, it looks like there's going to be a rocky wrench up top that's just going to throw stuff all over the place. And yeah, just have to avoid a lot of these as we go, keeping the key probably through checkpoint and to the end. Nope, just to the first door here. Interesting, I wonder what that key is signifying then, or if it's just mostly a thematic thing. I see, okay, let's go back through here. Yeah, skewer, oh okay, no, we want the skewer to punch that. And we can, in fact, just get back on. No. That's fine. We could have alternated back and forth along the skewer to go right and left in this segment. That would have been perfectly functional. So we'll just do that next time. Once I can get some of these deaths out of the way. Okay, down we go. That could have gone much better. We could have one up down there. Of course I'm going for it, just to show that we can. It'll be a fairly simple one, anyhow. Yeah, it should be a little more mindful of the bonus content, given how much of it exists in this level. We're going to get sniped, of course. I saw that coming, and still I went for it. Yeah, I guess the first key originally was just to introduce you to the concept of just everything being gated off by keys at the end, and of course it takes a bit more actual skill and execution to be doing the later one after that. So let's get back in here, just watching the corners for the safe zones. And we'll get the checkpoint. Yeah, nice little unfurling of the track here. There have been some pretty interesting track patterns all through the Super World, as well as this yellow pipe that is on the bottom here. I'll get the question block first, and I'll go back down and wrap my way in there. That was, of course, just not accomplishing anything. And we have the letters A, K here. We'll eventually see what that's all about. Let's remember to grab some of these coins. Pipes here are all decorative. Semi-solids are going to be nice and symmetrical, even at the cost of breaking that three-dimensional effect when it comes to perspective. 50 coin, and that was reckless. That's okay, pretty easy to go back, and pretty easy to just grab some bonus coins again as well. I think I'm a little more conscious of the lives that I have now that we are beginning to take a few deaths from time to time, so we'll just wrap around and grab that quickly. I'm not going to wait for all the coins here. Alright, back we go. And let's not boil ourselves alive this time. Nope, still bumping my head there. Yeah, I have to be a bit careful about crossing over, especially at that height. Yeah, there's no particular reason to go over in this segment, I think. Especially if you know that nothing will hurt you in the bonus room. So, it's sort of interesting there. I guess if you have the mushroom, you do need to be a bit more careful going into the bottom segment. Also, it's consistently going to be the blasters that signify where the potential danger zones are going to be, because of the way that they mask the tracks. Notice too that the blasters are all blocked from spawning anything, so we are either at entity or power-up limit when it comes to anything like that. Power-ups do spawn out of blocks, of course, so I think it is just entity limit, preventing anything from going through. I wonder what's going on with this pipe, considering that we have already found the alphabet room in this level. Oh, that's just the exit, isn't it? Yeah. No, that's just a bonus room, okay. This is oddly Donkey Kong-like, this bonus room here. Might as well try to clear it all. And yeah, that'll be nice and safe. Yeah, in terms of the placement and also the nature of the challenge, that was oddly reminiscent of Donkey Kong Country. Yeah, we're going to live dangerously. Banana coin, exactly. That's precisely what's going on here. Okay, nope, slipped. kind of over-adjusted when it came to that platform there, so let's go back and do this over again. Mostly just going to stick to the required path this time. I mean, I mostly try to see optional content once to prove that we can do it and to give it a proper demonstration. But we're not going to be too thorough about grabbing everyone up every time. Okay. Ah, okay, progressive leaf. First time we had seen a leaf in this level, just given the amount of damage I was taking much earlier. It's going to be quite helpful, in fact. Yeah, given that the key is required, these 1-ups are basically freebies. But we're going to get into the boss segment here. We're going to have some bouncy Bowsers. Bouncy Bowsers Jr. And something through the pipe. It's going to be the boss room pipe, but I do wonder if I can whip some of these with the Tanuki tail. Given the construction there, I think it's just purely aesthetic. Okay, just going to get in there and whip him. Yeah, the walls are going to slowly close in. Having the Tanuki tail is in fact going to simplify this considerably because, as you can see, he's going to do his best to just get out of position there and remain inaccessible. This will of course be nothing because we're at the end of the level, but that's a clear. That's it for World 5. So it took us about the first hour or so to get through World 5. I mean, we are potentially on pace to finish everything this sitting. But the levels in general are fairly substantial experiences. And yeah, Super Philip32, good to have you here as someone who's also into the art of the traditional Super World. This has been a pretty fun set so far. I don't know if you've played it. It's a fairly well-known maker, but most of their work is actually new to me, or was new to me until recently. Okay, next planet is going to be Uranus, or Uranus. A world of despair. And for those of you coming in late, there are program notes that accompany this super world if you want to follow along with the plot. The synopsis is so long that I'm not going to read the whole thing. But there's this meta plot about Mario makers going out into the galaxy. And this time we're going to stumble into cursed temples and haunted swamps. Dangerous labyrinths, that kind of thing. Anyway, we'll just hop in here. Instant Karma. Okay, let's see. We're going to have... no, we don't want to do that. That's, of course, just an introductory segment that shows you that you don't want to do that. Yeah. P-switch is active, though, which is interesting, because if the P-switch is still active while we're still able to get on top of that, no, that gives you nothing, so... The trick here will just be to avoid the star. And, of course, maintain the boot. That's rather important. Yeah, nice to have the boot just kind of fixed in location by the thwomp in that stack. It's a very, clean and efficient way of providing the boot. In terms of limiting the number of entities that you have to work with, but also having a very consistent placement that you can take the initiative to grab without worrying about despawning. Alright, let's lower this guy. Not get zapped by the Magikuba, that's kind of important too. Each of these is going to have a Magikuba on top, though. Up the stairs. No, down the stairs. Of course, one star at a time remains alive when they spawn from the pipes. So we'll just ride that out a bit. Grab checkpoint. Always love checkpoints that you have to do a small thing to earn. We've had a lot of setups like that, actually, with key coins that are based on collecting some kind of consecutive row. That's been a feature of this super world that I've very rarely seen other makers do, using the key coins as this kind of large single mega key rather than as scattered collectible locations. We've seen it a couple times in this world, but almost never anywhere else. Anyway, going to get in here. And looks like we can take a look at the letters. E. And, yeah, no, just needed to check something. An I, okay. We could have gone for these, but I probably want to chain the boot, and it is going to be a winged boot. However, if we go back and forth through the door, we could always just retrieve it once again, although you need to land here with the boot intact, otherwise you take damage. So, of course, we do have the Tanuki leaf, so we do have a bit of a damage buffer. I need to jot this down to my notepad, E and I. This is, I think, a 6-1? Yes, 6-1, okay. Nope, mistake. So much for that. I was trying to avoid it, but I wasn't successful. Okay, we don't need the coins anymore because we've already seen the secret room, although we don't know if maybe that would allow me to cut through some kind of key door later in the level, so might as well get this for the sake of it. Nope. Don't want to do that, obviously. Losing a bit of momentum there. I do need, I see, a bit of forward momentum going on top of the thwomp if I want to go for the pink coins. Yeah, it's not going to help to bounce around like that. I do need to just jump directly and try to get ahead of the thwomp. Nope. Yeah, having seen the bonus room already, maybe I shouldn't be trying this quite so much, but yeah, it's sort of interesting how different it feels when you're just starting from a dead stop. And of course, even when you just bump around on top of the thwomp, it can very easily outpace you if you are just sort of in the middle of that hopping animation. Okay, let's just skip it. Let's not do that. Go back to taking this carefully after having one shot it the first time. Yeah, as you can see, you don't want to just keep bouncing. I do want to stop somehow. But if you're pressing into it directionally at all, it actually is a bit of a problem. Nope, just barely missed. Great. Okay, there we go. Missed a 1-up. And yeah, I'm just keeping a key for its own sake. I don't know if that will do anything for me, but we may as well play with it. I doubt it will do anything from this point, but doesn't hurt to check. Okay. Not going to be too threatening here. Nope, didn't expect that. Okay, that was a slight obstruction. Okay, let's not fool around with this too much. Let's try to cut right through. No, I do just want to ride the thwomp and just do a single jump, I think. Because if you tap directionally at all, you really do fall off. You make any kind of correction. Whoops. Alright. I don't know how I missed a jump input there. It must have been on the way down on that thwomp. It may also have been that I had a jump input when I was still in midair from this little bounce here. So yeah, I have the habit of tapping the D-pad to do these little directional corrections all the time. And when I do that, that actually gets me into a fair bit of trouble. Yeah, when you bounce like that. So again, I was trying to push forward and then jump, but if I'm hitting the jump button while I'm in midair, obviously it does not register. So we need to be a bit more careful about things like that. And just jump directly without playing with that directional adjustment. Really burning through the life count here on this level alone, just from the carelessness of this segment. So let's have a life-neutral attempt there, just from having gone for the 1-up directly. I should, in fact, let it drop. Okay. Next cycle will do just fine. Okay. And we'll grab that. The leaf is, in fact, going to help quite a bit, so... Up we go. And let's be... I was about to say let's be careful with the blaster once the thwomp stack drops, but... As you can see, once again... Just having a few issues with timing the jump around my boot position. Whoops. Yeah, definitely an unexpected obstacle here in terms of execution. Anyway, let's wait for another cycle, and too late. Okay, here we are. And down everything goes. Okay, just going to get around this one, so we just grab the leaf the easy way. And let's move on. Going to be a little bit of variance in terms of pattern here, just from when things spawn. Once again, just not managing to jump when I'm bouncing. Yeah, I really do need to stabilize my position and stop on a thwomp before I jump, which is going to require breaking some habits when it comes to how we like to control everything. So, let's hold up here. And get through. Yeah, so once again, I need to stop directionally before I jump. What did I say? Yeah, no, because I landed on that, and then... I guess it was on its way up when I was still tapping a little bit to make sure I faced the right direction, and the issue with that was that I activated the thwomp instead because it detected me as being beside it. So we had to be careful with that. That was unexpected, given that I trusted it to stay on the track. Really do need to make better use of the Tanuki leaf in general, too, in order to do a bit of repositioning. But yeah, as you can see, you have to land really cleanly and just not press the D-pad when you land. Whoops. Whereas I'm always trying to do little tweaks here. And they're getting me into a ton of trouble on this level. Very lucky that we have this 1-up that's right at this starting segment here, because I've actually been spending a lot more lives than I should. I'm just trying to get this specific obstacle sorted out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I didn't expect that little hop on a boot, which is also the same hop that it shares with a bone shell, to give me quite that much trouble. But that's because we just have certain control habits that I think this was not really well suited to accommodate. Yeah, once again, I was trying to get a jump there, but you can see there was a little bounce to the side when I was just trying to face in the correct direction, going left to right. Because I was facing left, I was trying to point right, going into the jump. And doing so meant that my jump input didn't come at the optimal time. So, kind of getting killed on this just for that reason. Just need to learn how to stand still sometimes. But of course, you know, I am also changing direction sometimes before I do the jump, and I just need to make sure I land and face the direction of travel. Because some of those jumps are not really time sensitive anyway, I don't really need to get them right away. But I do need to face in the correct direction, and I'm impulsively hitting jump right after facing when I should, in fact, wait cautiously. Make sure I'm pointing the right way. There we go, finally got that. Now we avoid the blaster. And this one. We're going to be in the middle here. And we're going to get that checkpoint for sure. Also doubles way for the checkpoint to land you directly on top of the boot. Yeah, let's not deal with that 50 coin. Usually would go for it, but we've got some issues here, so. Alright, he's going to toss stars at me, just watch. Okay. And then we're going to be through here. I kind of wonder if I can just take the cloud and drive around with it. Yeah, there's definitely a... Oh no, I was going to get the bonus that's up top. That's okay, we'd already collected the alphabet room in this stage, so I think the bonus is likely just lives or something. Because I wanted to get up to the cloud, and I hit the gold card by mistake. So, thank you anyway for the GGs. As you can see, we did in fact compensate for a lot of those lives near the end, because it's generous enough with 1-ups that, you know, after hanging around 14 or 15 for a while, we did in fact recover a whole bunch at once. (6-2) Spooks Swamps. Okay, Poison with SMP3, really one of the lovely themes in this game. One of my favorites, artistically. I think there have been a lot of great levels in this theme that use all kinds of hidden mechanisms. Vine spawning seems to be by proximity, as you scroll onto screen and have some kind of shell or spike ball interaction underneath. I don't know how speed capable this level is, just given some of the spawning times, but we'll deal with that as we go. As you can see, we do need to wait a little bit between segments. You very rarely see boos on parachutes. They have a very particular function, I guess, but... Whoops. Honestly, to make stuff like this, you'd have to really try. Yeah, you can tell that there is a great deal of effort, thought put into making all of the levels very conceptually distinct. The mechanisms themselves are fairly simple, but, you know, from the perspective of level design, sometimes you can go with a very simple idea, and you just need to build the right kinds of jumps to make the idea actually stand out. So far, of course, it's just mostly been waiting for vine spawns, which is something we're quite familiar with, of course. But yeah, that's one thing that I like from the start about Poison and lava levels in this game, is that you have just huge potential for really clean-looking layouts that have hidden mechanisms that still make things interesting. But interesting in a way that's still very readable. Yep, thought it would be mushrooms eventually. So I wonder what it is driving these. It can't be something like a mole, obviously, because that would die in poison. Might be something like a chomp. That is at the bottom of the stack. Given that it is following you somewhat. Although, yeah, looking at the stacking mechanism, I'm just thinking about how that's working, because you would maybe have something like a chomp that's bouncing around at the bottom level, and a bit confined. Given that the height is going to be consistent here. Yeah, you can see from this sort of up and down motion, it might be something like a chomp. Although, it would need to be something that follows your position as well, as it bounces around. Yeah, you can hear something bouncing around down there, but it may... Let me think about that. I'm just trying to think about how to build it. Just looking at the pattern here, which is of course partly thrown off by the fact that you have that bit of drag from anything traveling through fluid. Nope, bad idea. That's okay, we could take a hit. This feels a bit cheap to just damage boost through something that is supposed to be an interesting challenge, but maybe we are required to keep the mushroom for something else later on, so... Okay, coins. Yeah, it could just be something on tracks, actually. It looks like it is a track-based setup. Maybe. Like, if it's a... I'm just thinking about how that's going to work here. We obviously have lots of tracks going on for the blocks that are spawning the vines over here. I'm just wondering about how the boost stack is being loaded. A down arrow takes you to wherever you need a key. Yeah, we'll do that, obviously. And so here's the key hut. Sort of interesting that you do need a down pipe to get in there. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so it is just going to be a bit of an aesthetic segment here, I think, just to show you all of the booze coming out of the graveyard. I wonder what this is all about. Okay, you grab the key off here. Yes, that's because if you decide to give up on this segment, you want to grab the key in order to exit back to the level's final exit point. Obviously, seeing this stuff on the left implies that something is here. Okay, just booze. And, yeah, we'll just push on. Whoops, I was expecting a one-up mushroom there, but as you can see, you can't, of course, tell where all the tracks are going. Let's grab this in case we need to come back out. Yeah, so there's a bit of alternation there. It's probably a U-shaped track underneath. And that's what's going on. That the objects like the one-up mushrooms and the booze are alternating sides because of that. That next you would expect the one-up over here, and you do. Yeah, it's definitely a U-shaped track underneath. Okay, looks like we just need to ride the curtain here. Do need to wait a bit for it to spawn before we go, but question blocks are not really worth hitting. Yep, big fat boo just decided to parachute his way down. Yeah, just lots of track patterns all over the place. Okay, Vine's gonna push all the way up. Way, way up, in fact. And we'll just need to maintain position here and read the screen. Because we are meant to go down. Interesting that there's the key door here. We kept a key from the beginning. I don't exactly know what the flow will be, then. I think we have to take it before we change zones. And yeah, it's going to be SE as the bonus letters over here in 6-2. Might as well grab some coins while we're at it. And we'll go back and exit out the pipe. be a real shame if you forgot to tap that block at the beginning for the key before you did all of this as the platform challenge. But luckily, we're going to do a bit better than that. Nice little disguise of this pipe down here. Very well camouflaged. Might as well do some of these before we proceed. Also, one thing that I often don't pay enough attention to is just the layout of the super worlds themselves in the overworld. You can see that there are some pathways here that are, I think, meant to resemble the symbolic system that you also see in the levels themselves, but anyway, might as well grab a few of these. Going to listen to those good old NES baseball sound effects, which I love pointing out every time I play this minigame, because that's just one of those neat little bits of Nintendo trivia that is a special treat for those of us who play the original. And okay. Because after all, if you played very much of the original NES baseball at all, you just learn to recognize those sound effects as the curveball, the changeup, the fastball, etc. Thank you for dropping by, Mel64, for so long. I hope you enjoyed some of what you saw, and that maybe you'll get a chance to try out this super world for yourself. Given the abundance of things like optional content, I think you would probably enjoy it very much. So let's get into 6-3. Laser Light Labyrinth. Looks like it's probably going to be blue mechas incoming, from what I would guess. And yep, blue mechas, here we go. Okay. A couple of POWs here. I guess we just raise and lower all the levels here, and tap that. Alright, could have gone better, but we'll take it. We can, of course, carry the mechas forward if we need them to zap anything. Or, for that matter, just take out some other locations. Whoops. Or rather, even block off their projectiles. Just like that. No, we want that coin that's on the end here, so we'll do that. And we have a little bit of time to run up here. 6 coins in total is what we'll be going for. So we've got checkpoint. And down we go. I wonder about this 10 coin. I wonder if it does imply, no, that we just take the mecha and throw it. I think that's the safest thing to do. Okay, take the mecha. Give it a bit of a toss. It's likely the safest thing to do here. In the dark. As you can see, there is a key up there. Don't know how to obtain it just yet, but we'll almost certainly be raising all of this stuff with an on-off switch. And, yep, that's how it goes. Once again, another coin over here, too, so hopefully we haven't missed anything so far when it comes to the coins, but we're just after checkpoint, so I think we're probably okay. Nope. Alright, in we go. Lowered lift. I see, that's what's going to happen on the left side. We do need, I think, to lead this guy out. If he's able to follow me out. No, he's going to walk back and forth because he's on top of those blasters. But I do want the ability to grab that key coin somehow, and that would imply that I need to get one of these mechas out of position, perhaps, and so I can actually get a throw And currently I don't see where I'll be able to do that, except there are certain locations where they'll be able to walk. And maybe I need to go back and do that. Oh, I think I see that it is going to be based on this platform here, so key is required for getting through this location, and so we'll just ride it out this way. On-off switch once again. Let's get out of here. And you can see the key that's buried underneath, so we'll keep that in mind for the next switch activation and just go back there, although we need to jump over that pit once we do. Yeah, it looks like the switch is going to be on top of that question block there. We'll be going back and hopefully doing that. Oh, no. Up here we go. Yeah, and you can walk all the way back up above. Okay, going to be fairly simple, in fact. Not too much of a concern. And through we go. Now, once again, we'll need to lower this just because I don't know what we're dealing with here. I think it's best to jump up here and probably just get the toss. Now, let's be wary of key death. Because, of course, I have the key coins. I don't think I'll be able to get that bonus coin very safely from my current position, so let's just punch through here. And that is going to give you a bunch of fire flowers that spell something. This kind of looks like a Q, I think. I'm not exactly sure. QU? Yeah, it's probably going to be QU. Okay. Let's get back out. And yeah, that's just a final gate right there. Okay, so let's push on to the finale of World 6. You really enjoyed that one? Yeah, it's kind of nice. It's a very active interaction in that, you know, the player has to take initiative to really interact with the level, and so it seems like you're kind of creating that risk for yourself as you go. Okay, it's going to be Mechas, or rather Magic Koopas destroying platforms here. And let's just move on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, needed to kind of coordinate myself a bit better to get around both the falling icicles and the fact that my initial height is going to be changing quite a bit. The night airship theme is quite nice here in terms of the background decorations. And that the color scheme really makes the ice blocks feel continuous with all of the rest of the shipbuilding that we have in blue. Yeah, for these segments I think it's wiser to just sit it out a bit. As you can see, you don't dip so low that you die to sitting on the blasters there, so it's not required to keep jumping. It really seems like this can be killed if I'm careful, but we might not want to risk that just yet. Yeah, especially if I jumped on top of a cannonball. I bet I could hijack the cloud, just we did miss our window of opportunity to do that. Nice pattern here, only able to achieve this regularity, of course, because of the auto-scroll controlling all of the objects spawning in a very consistent fashion, but a nice little wave mechanic. getting us all the way across. And as I said, it is something that would only work in an auto-scroll, but that's perfectly fine. Whoops. Yeah. And of course, because it is a fairly slow auto-scroll, that's why it's nice to have these coin challenges on the side. I think it's always a good idea with something like an auto-scroll where there's going to be a little bit of waiting and some pacing to give the player something to do that's optional and kind of along the perpendicular axis. And you can see that this is the kind of auto-scroll level that really does understand that quite well. Let's be careful here with the Magic Koopas down below. And okay, it's going to drop in. Let's get out of there, off the ice. No. Oop, there we go. And yeah, we'll just get out of here right away. Notice the top corner up in the top right. I feel like it's probably possible to get up there. And I'm going to check that because I... Whoops. Suspect that it might be something, but... Yeah, because in general it is possible to get up to the top. Whoops, no. Also, I wonder if it's possible to hijack a cloud from below, or if you get gated off by invisible blocks on the lowest level. I feel like I want to try that, it's just that often the Magic Koopa positioning is not going to quite work for that. We may do that for 1 or 2 attempts, just see if the cloud hijack is in fact possible. Due to the auto-scroll, of course, I'm not counting on that getting me anything. Given that we might just have the cloud despawn by the time that you can go anywhere useful. And of course, the airship camera bob is going to be the irritation that it usually is. Whoops. Too much slipping on the ice. Okay. Yeah, because things are timed in such a way that it actually is surprisingly difficult to just land on top of the mechas and slip through the ice. It's because there's always something that's sort of obstructing you when it comes to trying to approach them. But I feel like it's totally possible to do it, you know, especially once they clear some space over here. We'll just let them clear more space and then jump right into the middle. And yeah, as you can see, we can in fact fly upstairs, but there will be nothing. There might even be an off-screen spike or something, unless I was sniped by a cannonball, which may have been the case. Yeah, that is just a ceiling, so never mind. You can check that, of course, with the cannonball jumps early on, so that will be nothing. But at least we know for sure now, after having bothered to check. Better to do that than to make any rash assumptions. So once again, let's grab a mushroom and go through here. Once again, we've also been burning quite a few lives just to fool around with this level, but a little bit of experimentation doesn't hurt when we have the buffer to do it. Okay, here we go. And, yeah. Oh, nice. Icicle based? No, I'm not exactly sure because we're quite a ways above. Looks like, of course, it's auto-scroll timing, so everything is just going to be, yes, based on being loaded on maybe platforms that are on a track which gradually slide off. But they would have to be, I think, something like a snake block, in fact, because... no, it would have to be something that is activated by the level itself, but which does not drag blasters with them. So there's some kind of collision down at the bottom, preventing the blasters from moving horizontally. But then you would have a platform that they're sitting on just gradually slip off. Can't quite see what it is, but as you can see, it was based on something sitting on a track on the bottom layer there that gradually drops them off. So probably just a block to the left of the blasters, keeping them in place horizontally, and just a platform sliding out of the way down below. Anyway, let's get up here. Yeah, pretty simple when we concentrate and just play through the standard way. Whoops. Also, kind of nice to have the claws there such that they act as a bit of a failsafe in case a lot of the vital platforms do disappear by randomness. Given the element of RNG that is going to be present whenever you have Magikoopas zapping things. Okay, this is going to be nice as a mid-air segment over here. And, oh, whoops. Just barely missing before we get to the key at the very end. Getting to the key door, that was really just another jump away. How come we haven't seen pink coins here yet? We have 5 pink coins that are in a row. It may just be that the pink coins are all bunched together like they have been in some of the other levels in the series in the past, where they act as one key that you have to collect linearly with a well-targeted jump. Again, this is one of the only makers that I've seen ever do that, with pink coins used as a bonus key. Bunching them all together, but with a pathway that is involved. When you see them all clustered together. So let's get over here, and yeah, it's going to be, whoops, something that is timed by the autoscroll in the level once again. So we have a great deal of consistency to when all those platforms are going to drop and what the positions are going to be. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to go back and see that soon enough. And we do want to get all the bonus rooms. I mean, given that we are consistently getting 2 letter clues per bonus room in these later worlds, it does mean that deciphering the message will be less doable from incomplete information than it once was. Although we can always fill in the gaps with something. Okay. Here we go. And that's going to drop out. And once again, going to try to go for the key safely this time. Key is required for the exit. But you can see it right on that screen, so... so far, we have not seen whatever is optional here. Which concerns me slightly, because we might just have to expect a bonus segment at the very end. Oh, very interesting here. Ah, okay, it is just a sine wave pattern that we had seen previously. I kind of do wonder if we need to retain the Tanuki leaf all the way through this fight in order to get the bonus at the very end. Let's actually pay attention to the wave pattern, though, and survive it by consistently crossing right to left if we can. Oh, no Tanuki leaf anymore because I lost a mushroom, so... If the secret at the end of this level is locked to the leaf, then we may actually have to restart. Once again, let's make sure we go right to left in order to ride out the pattern properly. So yeah, one-way panel of course pushes you through here, so if you do get a key off of Boom Boom, you don't just go back to the original entry door. Whoops. Also, Magic Koopas that are buried out of the way, but overlapping with the blasters, as you can see. Given that we do have the Magic Koopa missiles coming from down below. Alright, let's let everything lower. And yeah, just do that wavy jump over here, and whoops. Once again, if I'm sliding off the platform while I'm trying to traverse it, then my jump input doesn't necessarily register. And yeah, West Second, glad to see you here. Fun boss for sure. Just enough incoming damage to keep you on your toes. And you have to plan around both your target as well as the platforms. Yeah, it feels like a lot of these concepts were very prevalent in Maker 1 as well, although of course back then we didn't have the benefit of the scroll stop. And okay, let's push through. And yeah, once again, let's go right to left as often as possible. Ride out the wave. A bit difficult to plan around the missiles, of course, given that we can't necessarily locate their source. But we do have a decent pattern for at least surviving platforming, which sometimes is going to throw me a bit out of position if I don't land very cleanly out of hitting the boss. Yeah, currently it's still a bit of a mystery to me what the optional bonus room is going to be in this level, but it may be something that is just given it to us near the end, as long as it's not something leaf dependent. If it's leaf dependent, as I said, we'll possibly need to repeat some of this. And that's the unfortunate thing, that's in the Super World layouts, worlds like this really do show off what a problem it is for the player to be unable to repeat things directly from the world map in order to do something like a Secrets Hunt. I guess that's kind of faithful to the flow of SMB1 and SMB3, but traditional secrets design in Super Mario has evolved into its modern form for a reason, I think, and that a lot of those conventions are only really possible on the assumption that you're going to replay things if you do miss something on the first pass. So we'll go back there and we'll take a proper look at it once more. Now, of course, on that last moderately successful fight, we did manage to get 3 hits on Boom Boom. It's just that it died immediately afterwards. So we currently don't have a good landing strategy for after I hit Boom Boom, in terms of what kind of location I should be targeting and how we get ourselves out of trouble after the fact. But that's something we'll just have to keep in mind when we make a cleaner attempt here. But I think we have the general method down, though, that we follow the wave right to left and then try to jump. Sorry, follow the wave left to right and then jump right to left. Let's try that again. Follow the wave left to right and then jump right to left. And just try to hit Boom Boom when a convenient opportunity presents itself. But obviously we should be prioritizing survival. Knowing your right from your left, very important in the platformer genre. Even in a room that initially looks symmetrical like this one. So here's the issue, is that when we do land to the right of Boom Boom, I lose momentum because I would get stuck in certain parts of the wave. And when I lose momentum, that becomes a problem because I don't build enough speed to run right to left and get to jump. That gets me back into safety. So I think when we do hit Boom Boom, we do consistently want to be going right to left if we can. like this. Because then I minimize the possibility of kind of getting jammed here. And yeah, again, just not reading the platform timing very well when it comes to getting in position. We're running pretty low on life count. Getting down into 8 lives. It definitely is a threat that we may hit our first game over with this experience. That's what happens when you play very recklessly, as I've been doing. Okay. Here we go. Still haven't seen where the pink coins are. But I think you probably have to drop in through here. That's maybe what needs to happen. Let's not get hit, though. AL, okay. Or maybe the pink coins were in an earlier segment and I just totally forgot about them. Actually, I think that was the case. I just didn't remember it. Oh, let's not get burnt there at the last minute. It's possible that you do need to be big in order to get this, but again, I have a lot of trouble estimating that when it comes to jumping in lower gravity or different kinds of gravity. So far the message reads, and in the end, the something ONE or something OUE you take is equal. So something like in the end, the cone you take, or in the end, the tone you take is equal to something. That gives you so much anxiety. Oh. It's pretty relaxing after a while if you just kind of let your eyes follow the hypnotic waviness of the pattern. Anyway, we're going to get into World 7 here. So we'll be continuing with the story as we get into what should be the planet Neptune. So, this is actually a short one. I'll actually read this one. Frigid and distant, Neptune is a world of snowy chaos and death-defying platforming. If she can get off this frozen giant, she'll head straight towards the sun for a final confrontation. But first she'll have to face something fearful and monstrous lurking in a dark, icy abyss. So yeah, the overall plot is that eventually we'll be preparing ourselves to face off against the angry sun one last time. It's going to be a while before we get that revenge, though. First of all, we need to get through 7-1 Bullet Heaven. I assume I do, in fact, need to stay alive here. Stay up top. Lots of pink coins to get as well. Let's not do that. Okay. And coin up here. Something exploding down there. Yeah, as you can see, once again, you have an auto-scroll that times all of these releases, such that the platforms do maintain synchronized when they spawn in, which needs to happen very consistently. And so, yeah, you do have a bomb explosion that gets all of those platforms to come out in a line. Jump on top of that bullet, grab some more coins, lots of optional locations all over this thing, so. And yeah, the letters do spell out a message. Like I said, we've been jotting them down all along. And that's on the assumption that they do spell out something in total. And... okay. Okay, let's get over here and grab this one. So that's 4 coins so far in this segment. hopefully that's on pace, given that we have 3 more to go. Sounds like the letters might spell out a lyric from the Beatles. That's something I should, in fact, recognize. And I'll have to think about what it is. I know my Beatles repertoire fairly well, but in general, my memory for lyrics is quite poor, even in songs that I know well in terms of things like melody and chord structure. And yeah, and in the end, something you take is equal. Okay, let's see. I'm sure it'll come to me eventually. And whoops, there we go. No, we do need to do that a bit more accurately. Luckily, no key death yet, since we didn't grab that last coin. Once again, because these are optional objectives, this is a super world that is unafraid to just kill you after retrieving the pink coin key. So we do need to be careful about that if we do eventually encounter the last coin post-checkpoint, otherwise it will be one lengthy reset. It worked out surprisingly well. Okay, mushroom here, let's... no, actually a leaf. Okay, we'll take that. Very convenient item to have in this level, in fact. I was hoping to land on top of the saw blade there, but that would have been a bit of a crush location under the stump that would have pushed me out of the way. That's okay, we did respawn at checkpoint with 4 coins, since I had failed to get the last one. So it could have been a lot worse. Because if we had just fallen into it to our deaths, that would have not gone so well. Anyway. Let's get over here. Ah, okay, that's how it's going to work. Didn't know the bonsai was going to come in here. Oh, interesting. That's you do need Tanuki Leaf to whip that. Probably just for a 1-up. Anyway, it's going to be T-O. We kind of knew that would be next. Is equal to... Fairly clear that was going to be the case. Let's grab a shellmet, though. Don't know what that's going to be useful for, but we'll take it. Actually, if we do just grab a shell, we can also hit the question block. So we can do that too. From this direction. And let's grab another shell, just in case we have anything through the pipe that will be useful for. Not so much, not yet, anyway. Except, of course, being able to take an extra point of damage, which is going to help. Whoops. Might as well just float all the way. We're close to the end here. Just going to check this. Why not? That's another one down. Okay, so much for Bullet Heaven. Let's take a look at what's next. Let's do a few bonus rooms since we're low in life count, and I would ideally like to do this without hitting game over. Love the implication that the pump for this bonus game uses the same kind of fuel. The same kind of gas or helium or whatever it is that powers the pea balloon. The pea gas, as it were. Don't know how related that is to the flight mechanics of the P-Wing. But definitely the P-Balloon similarity to that pump is that very conspicuous element I hadn't paid much attention to previously. We do want to grab snowballs here. Oh. I guess the first one to the left is just there to teach you the mechanic, although... No, you need to jump on top of the first Pokey in order to get up to the 10 coin in the top left. So it is with that first Pokey jump that everything will come together. Alright, lots of little bonus objectives here. Always lots of fun. Nope. Went a bit further than I expected, given the loading of everything on the conveyor, so I was expecting it to just kind of go back and forth in that swap instead of going over and slipping, but that was incorrect. Might as well just take some of this quickly, unless we know we need a snowball for some other purpose. Okay. Those are going to be short bounces, almost certainly. I mean, the coins imply that you just jump over. But we'll do what we can. Okay, here we go. Oh. And yeah, the speed through all of that. It's going to work fairly well. Checkpoint. And yeah, icicles could have hit that for me, but we'll dodge out of the way. That's going to be much safer to not deal with any of that. There is a bonus coin underneath all that. Yeah, we'll go for it. I am able to do so mostly safely. Mostly. Oh, was going for that question block there, and we just slightly missed, just given the speed of the conveyor belts. We do need to plan that a little bit better. But yeah, it's going to be a reasonably easy mushroom here. It's just going to present itself not long after checkpoint. In fact, the mushroom spacing after checkpoint is very consistent with what you normally see with Nintendo's games in the Super World, in terms of just being 1 or 2 jumps after. Interesting block placement here. That's very curious. Don't know what that's about. Okay. We, of course, still haven't seen the secret in this one. Not quite a decapitation strike. There we go. And yep, that's exactly how to do it. Very simple relative to some of the other secrets we've seen so far. Except that's just going to give you the symbol room. It's not going to give you the letter room. So, in terms of the letter secret room, that may be something that is yet to come. Keep that in mind, because certain locations here are definitely mysterious. In fact, I may even want to grab that key and keep it, just in case something else is key-gated later on. Oh, totally got pinched. Alright. Let's let all of this drop. And through we go. Whoops. Yeah, a bit reckless. Once again, just missing everything. And for what? And for this segment here, we'll just, yeah, kill everything one at a time, perhaps. If we can. Whoops. It's going to take it very cautiously. Just making sure we still have a snowball to access at all times. I'm going to take the key, and I'm going to keep it. Ah, okay, so we have checkpoint here and a hard mode challenge that's eventually going to drop in that pipe. So, interestingly enough, I think it might be possible to jump on top of that icicle there. I don't want to accidentally hit the gold card, that's the thing. But if that's the exit pipe to a future segment, I feel like it's possible to jump on top of that icicle and get up into the pipe without hitting the gold card. I don't really want to risk it. Let's actually see the challenge itself before we do anything like that. Whoops. Because I feel like it's possible if you wanted to just shortcut it. It's just that I don't want to risk clearing the whole level because we can't re-enter from the map screen. We have to re-enter from the maker profile. Whoa. And yet, let's just not be too impatient here, given that I'm down to 7 lives. The slipperiness of the ice actually does quite a lot to throw you off here when you actually play through this. Whoa, definitely had to back out of some of that. Yeah, I do want to kill some of these guys because the way they slide back and forth in the conveyor belt has a little bit of inconsistency to it, depending on whether they're sliding over from one slope belt to the next. And so that minor bit of inconsistency can cause a ton of trouble. I'm not exactly sure how far they're going. Whoa, you see? That's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to chase me all the way over. Yeah, it looks like the slope timing relative to switches does present a little bit of danger here because of that. And so, that I think could probably have been tidied up a bit, but yeah, let's not be too reckless. I think that game over may in fact happen. But we'll do our best to avoid it. Just get our shots down a little bit more accurately. Nope. I was trying to back out and then fire. Didn't quite go as planned. Whoops. Okay, down to 3 lives. It's going to be quite risky here because we will get kicked out of the entire level if we do hit game over here. Okay. Yeah, just gonna carve right through. Back out here. As you can see, that's a little bit of a consistency issue with the belts. It's gonna throw me off quite a bit. Alright, not as good as it could have been. Let's let this guy chase. Because then at least we know what its limit is going to be in terms of how far it's going to travel. And the last one, yeah, is gone. So, up we go. It's going to be TH. Probably equal to the... And yeah, I totally think it's possible to shortcut the gold card at the end, but once again, if you don't know for sure that you're going to do it, better not to try. Better to just see the content properly. We're going to have access to a 1-up room, and I am going to cling to it out of desperation. Of course, I've always been miserable at this minigame, so Oh, actually, we will obtain something. Just one, but it will count. (7-3) Cube Crush Quadrant. Ah, okay. Not exactly cubes, I think. Well, I mean, I guess the individual ice blocks are cubes. But yeah, we can kind of see that every time we see one of those, it's going to signal that a shot is going to come out. Oh, very nice. I like that backspin, that deflection there. Do I check both pipes? Yes. Okay. I also want to see if I can cling to this and raise the camera. Nope, looks like that's as far as things go here. That is going to be the ceiling. The shell is going to shoot here, of course. Yeah, didn't expect that to happen, so we'll be a bit more careful. If you want to grab the mushroom, the first location here is actually fairly safe. Yeah, so you can see from the trampoline spawning there how this is actually set up. It is that when you scroll into a certain location, you get a shell drop plus the trampoline just springing this thing across. Of course, with the shell initially bombed to be kicked anyway. Yeah, I will take that one up. Very grateful for it. Okay, that was not the timing I hoped for. On the 50 coin. And good one-up placement, though, to keep things moving along. Yeah, some of those upper shots are a little bit difficult to predict, but well. Yeah, because here's the issue. I see the shell coming, but I'm also doing a bit of an adjustment jump there out of habit, so I don't fall over the slope. So I definitely have some movement habits when it comes to Mario that get me into trouble when I have certain obstacles to deal with that assume that I'm going to stay still. Or, as you can see, you don't also want to crouch here because you have a risk of sliding down a slope, and so there's a lot of stuff here that can trick you out. It's a very subtle touch to have that gentle slope going up in those locations, but it's pretty much there precisely to throw you off if you do try to duck your way under. Let's not mess around with that one. This one, however, will do just fine. Yeah, once again, glad I had the mushroom there because that was going to be an issue. We have to be careful with the muncher drops. Okay, muncher drops once again. We need to watch that. That was actually a little bit difficult to see. What a save. Okay, let's retain the key. And yeah, we'll push through here. It looks like we'll go through the key door and then eventually pop out the pipe that's on the left side. Looks like when we pop upstairs, you're going to have some kind of shell destruction that reveals the gold card at the very end. Wait a minute, so this gives you a checkpoint. But we still have one key to work with. And, okay, maybe not the gold card yet. Maybe there's going to be something else that's revealed here. Yeah, here we are. Okay, hard mode, here we go. No, need to stay reasonably low, but we need to be quick, actually. I think that's what that's going to be. Yeah, because you grabbed a key, you don't spend it. You let all this cut a path. And then you have to be fairly brisk about all this. Otherwise, you just don't gain enough height to get over to the next platform, so. It's amazing how much going right to left can throw you off when it comes to momentum control and estimating distance in segments like this one. But if we go fast... Whoops. No, I think I actually do need to bounce on the shell if I want to do that. I could go platform to platform when the ice blocks above the blue platforms are carved out of the way, but I think it may in fact be best to bounce on top of a shell in certain locations. Ah, no, you see the jump block there. The idea is that I should land on the jump block, but it's fairly precise in that I can't get hit by the munchers on either side of those. But that seems like it is the intended approach. It's just that maybe not. Maybe the jump blocks are there for shells, not for me. Yeah, once again, I'm landing a bit too late in that location. I think I need to land a little bit earlier so I can get a jump out of there. Because that is a little bit difficult to estimate. Yeah, okay. Like that, that's a lot better, in fact. Whoops. Hard to see that one coming. But as you can see, stalling a bit in that location did work out a little bit better. Yeah, I think there is a little bit of spawning inconsistency when it comes to this segment here, simply because you are working with player-controlled camera and these camera-based spawns. Look at that, I got a slide on top of that slope, and the slide actually killed the shell for me, even though I was sliding what seemed like away from it. But the sliding state actually saved me there in a very unexpected fashion that I think looked totally counterintuitive visually. No, yeah, falling into that location isn't going to work unless you're pixel precise. So we're going to redo that level. I do want to get the optional room, obviously. So it is going to be our first game over of the Super World, right near the end of World 7. Pretty much thanks entirely to certain optional challenges. This is one of the more difficult ones for sure, though, just from a visibility perspective and from all the things that can go wrong when you just react poorly to something that is going on. That's okay, we have the general idea. Yeah. Okay, that was unusual. That's obviously not where it's supposed to go. Whoops. But we did pop it and stop it. Need to watch out for the munchers, of course. And grab that mushroom while we're at it. Let's just wait for this to be eradicated. There we go. Go under quickly whenever we see those ice blocks there. To assume that munchers are coming. Okay. Nope, didn't manage to get that jump out of that shell this time. Yeah, cool mechanic, but the fact that, you know, you have the initial interaction with the trampoline taking place off screen for reasons of visual cleanliness actually does kind of get a little bit in the way of the visibility of the whole mechanism here. So, as you can see, you know, because there are shells that look like they're going to snipe you. For sure. But we're going to get through that fairly quickly. And get over here to grab checkpoint so we can do the hard mode challenge. Yeah, I like that the optional rooms have become more and more substantial to earn, that they are in some cases locked behind entire sections of the level. Pretty satisfying to see so far. Okay, that time that worked out. Worked out very smoothly, in fact. EL. Okay, I stopped this thing, good. Anyway, everything's going to get carved, but we'll take that. Thank you for the GGs. Let's move on to the finale of this World 7. Making decent time so far. Arctic Abyss 7-4. Hey, going to be our first swimming level in a while. Looks like it is going to be based on a... Well, I don't exactly know what was activating the lighting mechanism, what kind of interaction was going on, but we'll have to pay attention to that just so we can make use of that, given that the darkness is going to conceal some of these optional coins, and there are a lot of those optional coins to work with here. So we need to be fairly thorough about exploring. So we see those flashes of light that only activate once. Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a maze here. Okay, hitting the switch should hopefully give me some light. Okay, off state will be the next thing, but it gives me enough light to see what's going on over here. No, it doesn't, because I did in fact see from previous experience that that was not going to be the path. Right, because that's going to give me the way down eventually. I do want to check some of this. Yeah, because the initial strike going into this section switched everything from on to off. And that was what was giving me the first blast of light as we came in. So anyway, the idea here is that we'll just check everything. Interesting change of pace here, especially for the world-ending boss level, or castle level, to be so exploration-oriented in a way that we have hardly seen. Okay, back over we go. And yeah, going to be another interaction over here. We're definitely trapped down here, though, from the on-off switch previously. Oh, no, we're still in the on state. But being in the on state just blocked me off from the left side there, so we need to find some kind of activation to get over to that side. The activation will come from this icicle. So we'll activate it. That's going to give me what I need, but not a pink coin, at least not here. And of course, every time we come through here, we're going to have another activation happen. Oh, no, because of the block on top. Okay. Never mind that. Let's check visually. Just have to look for coin locations in case anything was unlocked. No, we were here previously. You do need to keep an eye out for anything behind an on-off wall, of course. But the icicle placements do a pretty nice job of giving you a general boundary to look for, even if some of them are going to be falling icicles. Whoops. Okay. Oh, interesting bomb location over here. I guess I picked that up and blast this ice. We don't want too many bombs to spawn, though, that's the thing. And that's always a bit of an issue when you have a pipe-based spawning for bombs like that. That it's actually difficult to pick one of them up safely. But we'll do that, and hopefully nothing else needs to be bombed around here. I am going to be looking for other locations that are breakable, but first we'll get sniped by the fish and do everything from scratch. Yeah, when we take deaths like that, this level is going to have a lot of repetition that we do need to be aware of. So let's give ourselves as much of a buffer as possible to take a hit, especially because we are doing that coin hunt the whole time. And I haven't really retained a good memory of the locations from earlier. Thank you for the follow. Alright, let's scan over here. Yeah, I believe it was on the left side. So at the point of death there, we had 4 coins. I believe we're still retreading all of the things that we had seen. Oh, frog suit. Okay, that's new. Now we're in business in terms of being able to traverse a water maze a bit more cleanly, like we're in a top-down game. Yeah, I really do feel like water mazes with frog suit are kind of underexplored as a concept. I've seen a lot of people do them, but very few ideas stand out mechanically. But it's always nice to see something that's very well decorated like this, of course. And it's very much a change of pace as well. So yeah, we did have the 3 pink coins going up to this point. When we had to deal with the bomb, much easier with the frog suit to do all that. And yeah, that was the issue there, because the fish bones had wings, and that was the thing I didn't account for when it comes to taking that hit. The hits, that was the end of our run not long ago. One up over here, we'll take it. So many dead fish all over the place. Very active for dead fish. Okay. Arrow going to the right. We'll check on the left side first. I didn't really check the left side of this icy blob over here, so more frog suit, okay. We'll leave that alive in case we take a hit like we did right here. Interestingly enough, I think some of these locations are bombable, but not all of the icicles will drop for me. I do wonder about that. Bombing this location to go through. Yeah, we're going to be down there anyway. I don't see any evidence that we should be bombing more of this ice so far. Yeah, even with that flash of light that we see. Another bomb down there. It looks like there's this pipe over here as well. That is a pipe entrance to something else. I'm definitely going to keep this location in mind, especially because there's that very conspicuous arrow pointing towards it. Yeah, we've been through all that. So let's get through here. Okay, checkpoints. And then, yeah, it looks like... Once again, we just need to dodge some fish bones. Oh, got the frog suit a little too early over there. But we do have at least a coin, and then now I may be in serious trouble. Let's check down here. Nope, nothing. Okay. Kind of wonder. Pipe? Nope. Worth checking, of course. Okay, we're going to have bombs down here as well as a blooper that looks extremely concerning. Also, a bomb location to the left that we should be aware of. The pipe will continue to the right, but the left is clearly going to be something optional, so... We were at 6 coins previously, so let's recover the one that we had obtained, then grab the mushroom afterwards. Alright. Wait for this icicle here. Nope. Once again, do need to watch the whole screen here. Very easy to have a bit of tunnel vision around a little blob of light surrounding yourself. Yeah, grab this first, get out of the way, fail to get out of the way, and then we'll move on and feel terribly risky about all the bomb pickups that we have to do in the next segment. And yeah, once again, lowering this icicle unblocks the pipe. Unblocking the pipe then drops a bomb. Now, it can be a little bit blind if you run the risk of getting hit by the bomb as it leaves that pipe. Let's drop another bomb. Once again, need to get around a blooper and kill it. We do not want that thing hanging around. Alright, just need to plan that a little bit better, and you can see that's already going to be a marked improvement. So yeah, we'll just come up here and drop multiple bombs as we go, every time the icicle decides to give us some space. Let's take care of the blooper first, if we can. What is zigzaggy movement, of course? It's going to be a pain to deal with. Oh no, blooper is just going to die to friendly fire from the icicle. Excellent. That's, in fact, what I like to see. Let's drop another bomb. Let's not have multiple bombs collide, because you run into the issue that I had previously. 3 more coins to go. Alright, let's drop this. And more bombs. Intercept that, throw that. Right on target. We eventually want to go up. Star. Yeah, I like the light source from the star, but it's very brief. Let's keep an eye out for coins like the one down here. Just try to maintain visibility for as long as I can. Yeah, a nice little segment here that allows us to keep the lights on. There was that one up to the left. Lights are off anyway. We might as well just grab that and risk dying to everything here. Alright. That's okay. We know how to get back there fairly efficiently, so... Nope. Sniped right away. Yeah, once we get back to the star segment, we'll be in much better shape, perhaps. Once again, can't really count on a friendly fire every time, like we did previously. We do need to do something about that blooper. Last time I really had it easy when it comes to that blooper just taking care of itself. Certainly can't count on that every time. We have to deal with it as soon as possible, instead of letting it float around everywhere. Whoops. Of course, aggressively going for icicle drops might be part of the approach here. Nope, as you can see, having some issues. I was hoping to drop this icicle on top of it, but nope, timing is going to be all wrong. Alright, no, let's just let it swim upstairs and avoid it completely for the time being. Back off slightly. And yeah, 7 coins going into this segment. That's still on pace with everything I've seen so far. Let's let the star bounce over a bit just so we can keep some uptime. That might be a terrible idea. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I might as well let the star bounce a bit as well. Okay. Kill everything I can. Alright. One more to go. Was very curious about a semi-solid to the right that looked like it could be entered. Far too curious for my own good. Given that it was quite clearly going to be wall decoration. Okay, checkpoint prior to getting the last coin. That's good. That's good. Except we have a key door over here, as well as an entry point for the pipe over there. So let's look for the final coin if we can. I don't know if I'm just missing one. I may just be missing one, in which case that would not be great. Because I don't know what we could have missed. We can't just go back here and check. Apparently I am supposed to have the key by now, so we'll go back here. On-off switch is still going to leave everything open. Whoops. I do have the checkpoint, so we'll go back and comb this for a bit. Unless it is something visible in this segment, but I don't see it. I hope I didn't miss it too early in the level. I thought I'd checked most things, and there's obviously a bit more space here that we haven't looked at yet, but nothing visible. I would very much like to unlock that. Let's go backwards. Given how much time we spent hunting everything else down. Okay, whoops. Very avoidable. No, I definitely want to try it before we come through here. I could always just check the boss room in case that is what the final exit is, or I could also check this pipe. Nope, nothing. So yeah, I'm well aware that I missed something, but it's unclear where it would take place. We got that block. Looking for some potential bomb locations, but there was nothing bombable over here anyway, so. No, I do want to comb this a bit more thoroughly. It would be quite sad to be down by just one coin. And of course after that we have to survive as well on our way back, without the benefit of the star this time, unless we get back into those earlier positions where the star was able to spawn. But yeah, there's a fair bit of territory we need to retread if we want to look at that. Quite a lot we need to go over once more. Also a bit difficult to do this without a star in hand. Yeah, I might just have to bypass this one. We're so close to getting that I think it's absolutely worth a look. Just to see if we can do it. I mean, being a dark level, it was very easy to miss a coin at some point. thing I do know about this world is that the maker did challenge themselves to use every theme at least once, so something like dark underwater was going to have it eventually. Oh, it did seem like there was something I could have gone to. Nope, never mind. Yeah, this location was a little bit dependent on having a star, I think. And yeah, you do need a star to cut through here, so I think I am just trapped. I don't have the ability to progress backwards and look for the bonus, so... Unfortunately, we may have to forgo this one. Okay. Up we go. And... I guess we'll have to pass through the boss room. Okay, here's the big blooper. Here's the planetary symbol. Almost looks like a sequence of anchors. And here's a key door down there. Now, interestingly enough, if you had the red coin keys, the pink coin keys rather, and you came through here without activating the bonus door, you could in fact just bypass the boss door immediately. Yeah, I think we obviously have to kill the big blooper. I don't know if the bomb makes it any easier for me to do it, if the bomb is there to let me get a throw. There we go. And of course we'll just get sniped immediately. So yeah, definitely not time for a GG just yet, but we'll grab the mushroom and perhaps have a slightly easier time. Alright, up we go. Nope. Yeah, I mean, we do need the object throw because we can't just bump the blooper from up top while we're swimming. Okay, let's... Oh, whoops. Oh, not quite. I was hoping to grab that mushroom just for safety. I wonder if that is a progressive power-up, if it gets you something like a frog, perhaps. If we decide to go for that question block right away. Let's try it. Yeah, frog suit. Which will be nice, because even if we take a hit, we're able to get out of here swiftly. And a replenishment on the frog suit. Yeah, because you can swim so quickly with this that... Okay, let's try to get the frog suit if it's still alive. No, it did fall into the abyss. But I think the strategy will be to go for one of the frog suits immediately. Nope. Because without it, it is much more difficult to navigate this. So yeah, mushroom first, frog suit second. Might go for the left frog suit first. It seems like a more approachable location given the initial spawning with the big blooper. And we'll just fall in gently. Catch it all the way down here. And there we go. I'm going to slap that right away. And as you can see, yeah, ultimately we didn't see the bonus from here, so... Might be as many as 2 letters that we're missing. I mean, if we do need to replay some of these for the messages afterwards from the main screen, we could do that. But definitely that one, because we got 9 out of 10 coins, was a bit of a lengthy hunt. That would be difficult to Just replicate straight. Here we are in the 8th and final world. This is Mercury. We're heading straight back towards the sun. Back to the battlefront, back to the center of the solar system. To Mercury, imperiled by the heat, rage, and the hungry gravity of the angry sun. Here, the intrepid maker must carefully breach barbed defensive perimeters and carry volatile explosives to blast past barriers. She then navigates molten tunnels racked by the sun's tortuous gravitational pull. Then, finally, bravely, she will confront the hangry sun and his guardian, fire-breathing Bowser himself. That's all just text from the manual that was linked before for anybody coming in late. Let's take a look. Chain Chomp Romp. Alright, looks like we'll be riding Chomp Stumps all day. Let's deflect and ride it back. We need to be aware of the fire, of course. It may even be better to just wait for it to come around, so we just avoid the burners entirely as we go left to right. There we go. Pretty smooth. Let's just pop through. And yeah, that's going to go well, except of course the ground tile there obstructs you from doing anything useful with the claw yourself. Now let's say I ride this all the way out here. Yes, I can. What if I just continue? But then I eventually will need the chomps back. Unless I can just get on top of the burners on the other side, but... Oh, let's try that, in fact. I feel like I was supposed to have... no, I do need to get on top of the burner on that pattern. Grab the mushroom for safety after that. Okay, that's not going to go. Yeah, we do need to approach the claw from lower down so we don't drop the mushroom prematurely. Ride the chomps first and then go for that mushroom. There we go. And yeah, back around. We don't want to despawn everything. I feel like this was probably not intended, this shortcut here, but especially if the level is designed around the expectation that multiple chomps will remain available for some back and forth elements like this one. That's okay, we left 2 chomps alive, that's enough to work with for the time being. I totally expected that to happen, and we did it anyway. Yeah, some of this has to be expected, I think, just because of the spacing that we get off elements like this close to the ceiling. That's just the camera bobbing airship theme for you. 2 coins out of far so far. We'll have the key down here to make sure this is an accessible location. Kind of want to tap this a second time just to see what happens with the state switch. Whoops. Nope, that's a bad idea. Poking around a little too experimentally here. Okay. Riding this out. Okay, missed it this time. Fine, we'll just do this the standard way. It's not too much of a savings anyhow. And we'll even get a 1-up out of the deal that we were not able to access earlier. And And there we go, once again. Let's not accidentally whip anything. Makes the same mistake as before. Nope. Okay, once again, we'll ride this out, keep the chomp alive. Grab the key down below. Checkpoint over here. Oh, interesting. One-up location to the left side. But at what cost? Okay, we do need to keep things alive. Let's do it this way so I can obtain the leaf safely. Going to keep an eye out for the pink coins, of course. Given that we still have a few to come, like this one right here. Yeah, I thought that would probably be a 1-up, and that's correct. Once again, at great expense, though. Nope. Luckily, not a key duck just yet. Nope, still missing that every time. There probably is a specific pattern to obtain that safely, but I haven't quite spotted it just yet from this initial series of attempts. Nope, just missing slightly. That's okay, we'll not bother with that one too much, considering that we have to rush over here and hit the on-off switches before things get too dicey. No leaf for me this time. Okay, just going to ride that one smoothly. And that one too. Oh, we're going to miss a chomp here. And lose one. Okay, that's not going to go very successfully. Yeah, going to get ourselves into a few weird positions here. Could definitely go a bit cleaner. That's for sure. We know the first chomp here isn't likely to get me a pattern I want. Second chomp gets it very easily. Yeah, once again, we'll just go straight for the mushroom. Going to be a useful damage buffer here as we get into position relative to the skewer. Nice short jump here so we can retain everything and make sure we can actually get the platforming done. Yeah, a bit tricky to navigate that. At this point, we are going to lose access to some of the previous ones by necessity, it seems. Now let's not take a key death after this. (8-1) is going to give me EY. Okay. Might as well grab all the coins we can, just as a bit of a precaution, and also just as a little bit of downtime. Lots coming out of the pipes, of course. As a bonus room in itself. Also, you can just reposition the chomp all you want using the helmet. That's going to be fairly safe. Very satisfying to do that, in fact. Just bumping it all over the place. And that's going to be it for this one. Thank you for the GG. We'll just assume the top is number 2 and the bottom is number 3. That is going to lead us to depth-detonate. On-off switch is going to give us access to the bomb, but we would want to respawn through the pipe in order to respawn the bomb. I think that's the implication here. Look at that face. It's like a giant thwomp face. Oh, interesting. That you do have the thwomp that is established here. This is going to be interesting. In that, yeah, you really do need to run with that bomb fairly quickly. It's a very hot potato here. Wow, I'm nowhere close to this. Nowhere close. I feel like it's going to take something else here to make this work. This is, it's not a side thwomp, it's just a down thwomp activation. Very curious. Death-detonate. Yeah, it looks like I am just supposed to take the thwomp, take the bomb here and gun it. Nowhere close. This is going to be a really tight timing. Much tighter than what we've seen before, unless I'm just missing something. Oh, I know. I have to take the bomb through the pipe, because if I take it through the pipe, then it will maintain its bombable state. Yeah, okay, that's how you do it. The idea is that you have to use the pipe to get the bomb timer to work out the way you want. So, let's get through here. Nope, too slow. You do need to get on the first pass, otherwise the on-off switch is just going to create too many problems with the double tap. But we understand it now, I think. Dive through here. Hop back out. Jump over to Thwomp, because that's going to be newly spawned in. And that's it. Same idea here. That we need to hit the on-off switch such that the spike ball gives me bomb. Once it gives me the bomb, then we just come through here and jump, jump, jump. And yeah, it's going to train you to think about this as a bomb survival level. That looks like it's probably going to be a reset pipe. So far, I don't know where any of the coins are going to be located as well. Nope. Not like that. Not quite the right timing, but when we respawn at checkpoint, it should work much better. And yeah, just need to gauge that a little bit better. We should have enough time to take that through the pipe safely. Also, yeah, let's do this. Except now I think I have to die because I think I only really have that one chance at the bomb initially. Unless there's a way that this level resets me back. Yeah, it looks like we do need some kind of change in the on-off state here. if we have the on state going into this segment, though, I mean, eventually we do need to get the bomb through here. Very curious. Reset door over here. Just looking at where everything is located. We have so many pink coins in this that I haven't seen it all yet. And now we get into this segment and I have no idea what's going on. On-off switches enforced at the beginning. There's definitely going to be an on state. It could be that some things are entity gated by whether you have the bomb in tow. That if the bomb is still alive, then there are certain things that will happen for you that do not happen otherwise. So for example, we'll just take this through. But then we would need that double activation. Yeah, it's kind of a mildly puzzly element in some ways where we know that we have to start at the off state. But if I tap that and have that now switch to off, no. Yeah, I want the on state going into the next room. In order to do that, though, yeah, and then I want the swamp. Oh, okay, no, there's a double hit here. That's why I'm missing that, because the spike ball is going to hit once again and prevent me from doing that in quite the way I'd like. No, we gotta take it down here. Or just respawn back into this room. No, I understand it now. We need to take the bomb back and forth through the pipe, like we were trained to do at the very beginning of the level. We take it to the right, but then we have to double back with it, get the swamp to reactivate that switch, and then go back in. Nice little puzzle element, in fact, just to see that happen. Okay, we need to, of course, plan around the munchers as well, with hopefully a more consistent timing. No, we need to do this again. Yeah, the muncher timing is a little bit difficult to spot, I think. Nope, have to stay low. Have to stay low the whole time. When the timing is just going to be based on first cycle past checkpoint. Yeah, we take it to the right, and then we take it again back to the left. With the bomb reset. Okay, and then we take it back. And that solves the problem. No, we can't kill the bomb. We need to throw it a little bit earlier so we cut through and continue holding the bomb into the next segment. Ah, okay, so Thwomp is supposed to... Yeah, take this all the way. We've seen some of this before, it's just that I haven't checked the doors. The doors do what? The doors allow you to manipulate the on-off state. Because then how does that affect any of this though? Because the on state is always going to be enforced going into this room. Yeah, I think this concept is a little harder to see than previously in terms of understanding in advance what the bomb paths are going to be. But we'll take that through. And yeah, the doors allow me to reset the bomb. Bomb reset allows me to do what? Allows me to get all of that done. I don't understand this segment here, though. I might have to go back and forth. I think it is going to be a back and forth like what we've seen previously, since that is the central concept of the level. Because I'm arriving into that room with a switch from off to on. But if I invert that by entering that room with the on state to begin with, then it probably affects some kind of spawn block that will get me where I want. So let's see if I can demonstrate what I'm talking about. Then I go back through this pipe. Nope, missed the swamp. Let's do this again. Okay. Nope, terrible timing there. Went a little too far in that swamp. We're down to 1 life, so there's some likelihood that I'll need to restart this. And that's okay. We understand the concept a little bit better now, though. Some things are a bit difficult to execute on. But that's the nature of being fairly close to the end. Okay. Have to go through here. Hop back through. Away from this angry mega swamp. Okay, that's fairly understandable so far. Nope. Wanted to get through this in the on state. Yeah, previously we didn't loop around it this way because I was able to fall through the on state directly the first time. But now I see what the intended flow is supposed to be. Mushroom, there we go. Okay. Now let's not dawdle too long as we try to get back to this location. Yeah, jumping over that muncher is the best way to do it, given the timing. I was stalling too long waiting earlier. Once again, we respawn through the doors, just to cover a little bit more distance every time, and reset the bomb for long enough that we can make it through all the way. Now here we make it back. And going on to on here, yeah, that's going to unblock the first dry bones. That is the solution. Once again, we're going to have hard mode. I don't know about that. Right, because we saw earlier that you do need the bomb to still be active at the end of this segment. But why don't I grab all the keys first then, and then... Yeah, because no, I need to use the pipes for reset purposes in order to keep the bomb alive. So the idea is that you kind of get in here, you throw the bomb in certain locations in order to reset. And then every time you feel like you're running out of time, you have to pop through a pipe and just go between both rooms and find a very good path through them. This is a really neat bonus room idea, actually, for the hard path. Except I need to figure out now how to reset through it. I think I do just need to take the depth here, because I don't see a way to continue without the bomb, and there's no way to go back safely. And as you can see, there are certain things that you can do, like activating this. Also, yeah, just lots of interactions that we'll deal with eventually. But you just kind of need to poke your head into the pipes a little bit at a time. Yeah, I feel like this segment is going to be really neat to play through, but for obvious reasons, you can't just retrieve a new bomb, otherwise you'd be able to cheese it by collecting a lot of the coins separately first. We'll just make sure we use the resets very liberally. Very liberally. And as you can see, the state switch is going to matter from time to time as well. And yeah, because we're going to use this to remove that other bomb we had seen. Dash through here. And then dash through here. Yeah, this has been a very satisfying part of the level, actually. I like this idea a lot. Whoa, no. Let's not do that. That's going to be tricky, that you need to risk losing the bomb by trying to fire it towards the side here. But that's okay, we'll get that. Alright, we'll just play it as safe as possible. Nope. If we miss, we just go right back. Get a reset. Don't want to create any problems for ourselves. Notice that the coin locations, I think, generally match between two rooms. Generally, not always. Nope. I wanted to take the upper pipe, and that was death. I actually do want to go upper pipe to upper pipe in that segment. Because it takes too long to jump down from below. Okay, let's go through here. Yeah, nope, too long. Didn't want to get on top of that just yet. I wanted to go for the seesaw. Yeah, this whole bonus room concept would have been a really fun level in itself just as a standalone. It's a very strong concept. But it's a strong concept that I think benefits from having the lead up of the rest of the level before it. Just to get you used to the idea of using the bomb resets as often as possible. Now let's just buy enough time to do everything smoothly. Okay, back through here. Yeah, just firing on the ground is fine. And on the side here, firing just from a standing position is probably best, because you do have plenty of distance to work with. Whoops, nope. Accidentally landed on top of that platform, that was the issue there. I was hoping to land directly onto pipe. But yeah, this is really great. Must be a challenging one to route for speedrun purposes as well. Because there is so much flexibility here, so many different pathways you can take, so much you can optimize. I think it's a very strong idea. In general, very flexible. Okay, let's go back down. And certain things that you can do to polish off the times as well are available, like throwing in certain locations rather than running, so you can save time. Okay, let's not land on top of that platform this time. Just fall over, just to make sure we buy lots and lots of time. No, if we miss, we try to stay safe. Well, really good heat retention on this hot potato. Let's gradually make our way over to top left. Just a little bit at a time, just to be absolutely safe. You do need to make it up this way, though. But I will do this first. Okay. Almost there on that last coin. No, not enough of a swing. I definitely don't want to drop the bomb there because I don't want it to land on top of the muncher. No, got trapped in a claw there. That was not great. No, I actually just wanted to throw this directly in. Oh no, that's a mistake. That's death. Let's go for that one first next time just to make sure I figure it out. Because that one looks tough. Yeah, let's go for that one right away. Just to make sure we get it sorted out. No, hang on. Let's reset. Because everything else I have a good technique for. This I don't. I feel like I have to personally swing to get that. But it's tricky. As you can see, I think I do need to throw the bomb into the claw. No. Not gonna work. But if I throw the bomb into the claw, though, then you get an initial swing onto the claw, and then I can sort of dive my way into that. I don't know. I feel like I don't understand the method for that just yet. Because the semi-solid does prevent you from getting too much of a backswing. Yeah, no, that's not working out at all. I do feel like maybe I do need to throw the bomb, but the bomb is just going to tuck against a wall. And if it tucks against the wall, it hits the munchers. And it seems like the munchers are set up precisely to prevent a bomb throw from being the solution there. And so I do need to work that out. Yeah, because there's something here that I don't understand. Unless it's a throw and then catch. No, it's not going to be. It's going to be death. No, I feel like I do need to swing personally, but will the bomb remain alive long enough to let me do that? Or will I get into issues with being tucked on top of that corner to the right of the claw, which is the main thing that concerns me here. Yeah, as you can see, it just traps you completely when you try to do a full swing. No, I need to jump into the claw and jump out of the claw immediately, and then do a bit of a bend out of it. Except I need to kind of get back into the right and get caught by the claw. That seems significantly more difficult to execute than all of the other coin collection that we see here. So it does make me wonder if I'm doing it correctly, simply because it is that much harder to execute. It's possible that the method is just completely wrong. Yeah, as you can see, no, too much momentum going forward. But swinging back and forth doesn't seem like it's going to work either, so I need to puzzle that one out before spending too much time on collecting everything else that we already know. No. Trying to throw into it and then reclaim the bomb. What a jump. Maybe with better timing that actually is going to be a method. Jump back on top of the bomb, for instance. That just seems very strange. I don't think I understand this much at all. Or maybe just swing in such a way that I don't get caught on top of the corner. No, hang on. Like if I jump in such a way that I don't get caught in the corner. Nope. But as you can see, when you kind of get that second swing there, maybe that will do the trick. Nope. No, I just don't get it. Could be missing something really obvious. And I think I must be, because everything else so far seems technically so much easier than that specific coin. I wonder if I'm supposed to throw and recatch it. Or soft drop and recatch it. Problem with soft drop is that I can't recatch it, so... Unless I have to jump on the bomb a second time to deflect it out of the muncher spot. Nope. That's a miss. Let's practice what to do with the claw swing here, though. Yeah, as you can see, that traps you. Traps you. Really creates a lot of issues here. But the claw needs to start from an initial point of stasis. Yeah, no, I have to jump into the claw. Let me let it settle first. I kind of need to angle myself down towards it. Like that. I'm not sure if that will be enough momentum. I kind of feel like it won't. Let's let it settle. I could just reset through the pipe, of course. Let's reset through the pipe so it's the most authentic interaction that we can recreate. And then we'll take the death and try it again with the bomb. Nope, not like that. Yeah, because we had just been running into the claw, and I think that's not going to do it. We do need to jump into it. And even so, that's not going to be enough distance. Yeah, that kind of shortish jump like that, it would be something that works. Let's try it. But it needs to be a nice shallow jump that comes in at a very shallow angle. But yeah, there's nothing else here that is nearly that difficult. So, we'll see. Nope, you see? Not quite, but we can retry at least. As much as we want. As long as I get back to safety. Nope, I might need to jump sooner. Instead of running into it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now let's do the rest and let's not choke. Alright. Now we pop down. Okay. Let's not choke around that corner either. Nope. Let's not miss. Previously, firing along the ground like that was fine, but I think I fired at a closer position, so the throw animation would initially move up slightly. Let's redo some of this just to make sure I get enough room to work with. Yeah, we'll get the top center in this room next. And then, oh, close one there, it felt like. Okay, and then we'll go back upstairs for the next one. It's going to get me the on-off switch after I do this part here. Let's not stall too much. Okay, on-off switch. Come down here first. And we do need to retain the bomb at the very end because of what I'd seen earlier about this key door, so let's get through the pipe. And try that again. And then we should be able to blow it up from here. There we go. Don't want to miss that. Well, very nice. Definitely the best optional challenge that we've seen in this layout so far, I think. This whole super world. It's going to be OU. Okay, 2 more to go. And yeah, let's ride down to this location first. And thank you once again for the GG. Yeah, I was very fond of that last one there. Once we sorted out the early segment. Anyway, here are tidal lock tunnels. It's going to be Night Castle. Whoops. And yeah, we'll be going for the pink coins, of course. Oh no, tidal lock is going to just barely let me out here. I feel like getting locked in these locations is going to be a mechanic I'll have to engage with later on. That I will have certain challenges there to avoid getting stuck in there while getting shot by cannons. Anyway, let's continue here. Really leaning into the Mercury theme with this one. 2 coins so far. Whoops. Let's be careful. Down we go. And all the way back up. Well, that was reasonably satisfying, just being able to bop the cannonball like that. Okay, this we know all about, except we got trapped, so let's just be careful with that and just watch that maximum height. I was not really keeping track of that maximum height very well. So that is something that I do need to be aware of. Keep an eye on the central mechanic and also grab the mushroom if I can. That would be very helpful. Also notice how the cannons get pointed one way or another by the moles, which is kind of an interesting use of those cannons to face both directions, but with the use of only one cannon element and a single starting location. So the idea here is that we don't want to get locked. Let's get the next cycle after the lava comes up. Nope. Okay, that'll get me through safely at a modest cost. Let's not get trapped. I think I do want to wait for everything to come up, and then we'll grab the one up on the left side once that becomes available. Nope, this is going to be a problem. It should still be available down there. No, it's not. Okay, let's get out. And back in on the next available cycle. And we're going to have to really gun it here. noticed a mushroom down below. That's going to be a target eventually. Oh, look at this. I'm going to check here for optional content first. Although I think that's probably the main route, looking at the challenge here. Maybe. We don't want to get too trapped. Yeah, let's go back and do the coin and mushroom. What a series of explosions. Okay, there we go. And yeah, it's definitely some risk of being shot from up top here, but we managed. And let's get out. Nope. Out. Too late. Yeah, next cycle. Let's take this a bit more patiently. Nope. Not like that. Of course, it's kind of nice that the tutorial segment is built safely. Such that it is comparatively easy to get out compared to what we'll do later. It's a nice little bit of tuning on that first one that it's not going to be too deadly, despite looking very threatening. Alright, let's go up. Yeah, just need to go quickly if we can. And not get trapped at all. So we get through this segment here. I feel like something like a progressive frog suit would make a world of difference in this level, but I don't know if we'll actually get it. But that might trivialize it too much, though, just given the amount of speed you can get. So, not going to count on that. Oh, there is a frog suit down there, as you can see. It is a progressive one as well, from what we had known previously, and it did already spawn as a frog suit, though, so here I should be okay. Great. In much, much better shape now, assuming that we can go back down and to the left to grab that pink coin. This looks like a safe zone to the left. And it is, except I didn't manage to hit the button quickly enough after being released from blue blocks. Alright, back we go. Let this thing shoot. Grab the mushroom, which will mostly be useful for unlocking the frog later on. We didn't keep the frog for very long last time, of course, but that's just going to be the risk we take from time to time. And now we're not going to get it at all. Oh, that's okay. We'll just manage as we've been doing, even if we don't really get it up there at top speed. Right, down we go. And around. Yeah, let's go for mushroom. And we'll just wait for the next cycle here, as before. Keep things nice and steady. And it's going to be up and around for the frog soon enough. Not yet. Yeah, that's about as good as this cycle is going to be. Getting pushed out just slightly. Yeah, let's wait this one out. So we can get the best possible cycle for grabbing the frog safely. Yeah, we'll still get the frog. Not too much of a concern as long as I don't die here. Alright. Cut through like this. Whoop. Dodging tons of bullets. But yeah, once again, having the frog available is going to solve a lot of problems. We'll wait for this lava cycle to die down. And then we'll go left for what looks to be coin 3, unless I've missed much more than that. Yeah, it looks like you'll pretty much have to have the frog for some of this. Otherwise, there are just going to be too many problems. But we'll see if we can actually get out safely without the frog. Just given a good on-off cycle like that one. We'll just get back into the safe zone before we attempt to pipe. So yeah, 3 out of 7 coins so far. Looks like a reasonable pace. I don't think I've missed anything. Okay, checkpoint's going to be quite useful here. Just to retain all of the coin progress so far, especially in case of a crush death. Being reset to small, of course, means that I won't get the benefit of progressive power-ups. So, we'll see how we do. Nice to just get up here right away. Let's not get crushed. Nope. Oh, just barely out of the way, except, of course, upon the release, it's not going to respond to my jump tapping very well. Anyway, but that's going to be coin 4 when we get to it. Interesting, getting crushed along the conveyor belt like that, just along that diagonal slide. I was sort of expecting to get pushed, but it looks like the collision is going to work that way instead. Okay, that's going to feel pretty decently gentle. Let's get back up and then we'll go down and check the middle once the opportunity presents itself. Like right now, for instance. One up, okay. Yeah, that'll do. Could be better. Alright, just going to check some of these locations. Looks like it's going to be another mushroom down there. So we'll just await the opportunity, and we'll go for it. Okay, let's get out before too long. Luckily, nothing that's going to trap me vertically over here in this section. Okay, really going to get sandwiched in between all of those. We can already see where the next pink coin is going to be. Yeah, that's going to be difficult to play around, just given the lag time after bopping each of those cannonballs. Very difficult to take care of one column without getting shot by the other one, so that's a risk factor we will once again have to account for. Just a one up down the stairs, so we'll not check for it this time. Alright, up we go. Yeah, this turned out to be pretty well paced for 2 streams, I think, this Super World. In that I definitely would not have been able to do it in one sitting, so we spent about 2.5 hours on it for Worlds 1, 2, 4. So in total, it would have been on pace for something like a 6 to 7 hour stream if I were to do it all in one go, and I'm glad I did not attempt that. nothing to deal with it up to the right. Let's wait for the next cycle first. Notice, of course, that we're only a few deaths away from a potential checkpoint reset. We need to get out of here safely before anything else happens. I do see that coin down there, of course, which will be, respectively, coin number 5. But we need a significantly better timing to have a crack at that. Okay, up we go. Alright, plenty of dodging that we can do here. Yeah, that's going to be a bit tight. We'll get out after that thriller. Now, interesting that we did spawn these guys in slightly out of sync this time, which works for me. Alright, let's wait for the next cycle here. Nope. Out, out, out. There we go. One more to go, I think. Hopefully not a repeat of that other level where we got 9 out of 10. Let's wait for this. Just take a nice, gentle cycle down. Let's skip the 30 coin. Let's not get trapped here. Okay, we'll get trapped there. Yeah, the further along you get, the more likely the traps are to kill you. Very gentle escalation of how deadly they're going to prove to be and how much margin of error you'll have. So it looks like we'll do all of the coins over again. Yeah, the game overs definitely have been escalating a bit in World 7 and 8. We did not hit a single one until World 7, but I think we're on our 3rd one now. So, a very understandable difficulty progression. But so we'll get back into position fairly quickly here, I think. Or I hope. And if we can keep the frog suit long enough to swim through a lot of the second segment as well, that's going to be a major benefit. But so far, we have not really kept the frog alive for very long. Alright, out we go. And all the way back down. Okay, should be able to get out without the second trap. No, we are dead. Yeah, I can't push those entry times too aggressively. You do need to find the safest possible timing before you enter any of those segments. And if that means waiting for additional cycles, you do need to do it. Otherwise, just too many problems. Yeah, given the inventiveness of some of the patterns that we've seen so far, I'm sure we'll have a rousing Bowser fight to look forward to at the end. The next level after this one. But first, we'll down here. Yeah, let's get out of here. Wait for the next segment. That time I was not confident that we would survive the trap. Okay, this time should be okay, just barely. No, we'll just wait for the next lava cycle, just to be extra cautious. Let everything come up. It's okay, frog suit is available, so we'll just drop in if I can. And that should get me out safely. Dodge some bullets. And we'll wait for the next lava cycle here as well. Looks like we've got a decently safe spot here. Until the next round. And yeah, we'll just wait here once again. Whoop, cutting it a little bit close there with that position. I would love the Toad frog suit. I sometimes think that not all of the artwork original to Mario Maker necessarily fits in with the original games, such as the one-way panels and a lot of the spike artwork. But in the case of the character costumes have been fairly good. In terms of the new sprites that have been drawn for all of the power-up combinations. Okay, going to get a frog over here. Frog is going to make this much more reasonable if we can keep it alive. Instead of boiling the frog. And yeah, it's one up down below in this segment, so we won't push it too fast. We'll leave that frog suit available in case we need it. Yeah, so much better with the frog suit here. Frog legs aren't bad. Nope, they're not. Yeah, so much better with a frog. Not going to run into anywhere near the same scale of trouble as long as we don't boost into the fire by mistake. Alright, let's check this location. Nothing. But it is a safe spot, I should hope, yeah. Didn't need a safe spot when we had the frog suit, though, just given that we have the ability to come up. So I certainly hope that we still have a coin available and that we're not just missing one like we did in that last time. Okay, key. Let's see here. Any side of a coin. Okay, coin up here. Good. Let's not die a key death. And what's this going to reveal for me this time? M.A. Master of Arts. Just a moment, I'm just going to take that. And in the end, the something you take is equal to the something you make. That is familiar. But I think we pretty much have the message. Almost. We're missing two very vital words in that string, of course. But yeah, I think it is something that I am supposed to recognize, and I just am blanking on the words themselves in this particular moment. Okay. One more to go. Thank you for the GGs. And for sticking around for so long. Those of you who have followed the bulk of this adventure. We have 21 lives to burn here, but we might as well stock up a bit. And yeah, as soon as I remember where it's from, I'll go, oh, yeah, probably. Almost certainly. But yeah, so the final letters in the castle should be KE, but we'll look for that anyway. Just to see as many of the secrets as we can as a self-imposed challenge. So, almost done. Let's see the finale. Yeah, look at all of that fire breathing that goes on around you as you make the approach to the equivalent of Bowser's Castle, which will be entitled the Hangry Hellhole. Now, do we actually have to fight the Angry Sun in this level? I would assume so. Yeah, there we go. Some mechanics here, familiar from previous levels, of course. I was hoping to get into that claw myself. Nope. There we go. Okay, let's let it get the sweep. Okay, I thought it was going to give me a little bit more room to play with there. But maybe not. Okay. Okay. Down here. And okay, that was a pretty close shave, but... Alright, we need to not get stun locked by a sledge here. Well, on one hand we didn't get stun locked, on the other we weren't really given a chance. Okay. Forgot about that second Podoboo that's not attached to the claw. That just sort of spawns in naturally. Let's wait for the sun to do this little sweep. Yeah, forgot about that second one. Again, it cycles through. Okay, actually going to do this safely for once. And we lost that advantage instantly. I noticed, of course, that we displaced the spawning position of the consecutive stumps, probably just because we backed up and then went forward at some point, in a way that rendered them out of sync. I have one level that I actually never published that was about 80 or 90% complete, that was using very similar mechanics with stumps bouncing in and out of hazard. I was working with poison rather than lava, but one of the reasons that I had a lot of trouble dealing with it was because of the spawning consistency. If the player has any flexibility at all to manipulate the camera, it's very difficult to make that behave. Come on, just get a jump here, just change levels, if you will, if you may. Oh. Okay, just a pipe dispensing coins. I wonder if we could have entered it by jumping on top of the sledge. It looks very much like you could, but very difficult for me to say without more information. As you can see, yeah, there's going to be a fair bit of desynchronization here. It's still playable because the stumps come in doubles, but it is actually quite a bit harder to read the pattern when they are separated from each other in pairs like that. Nope. Let's miss this one. Okay, there we go. Needs to be a little bit patient about some of that stuff. Yeah, it looks like the stumps are actually initially peeled by bombs that detonate right away given the placement, in terms of getting the chomps out of the way. I thought I saw a spike ball down there, though, or something. But let's get the sun out of the way. And just make sure we stay light on our feet to avoid the stun lock. I should try to go for their red pipe this time, but it's probably nothing. But given that the secret that we're mainly looking for is likely behind the pink coins, there are of course multiple secrets per level. We don't always find the extra room with the astrological symbol, because those tend to be the additional secret placements that don't give you the letter clues for the overall message. Okay. Let's... not this guy, though. It's actually the next one. And yeah, that looked awfully dangerous. Sun's gonna come down. Very risky there. But at least the cycle is going to behave a little bit better that time. Okay, didn't expect to fall in that exact position. And Vervault, you played that frog suit from Pinktop, and it looked so familiar. I see. So did you play it as a single, or did you get to play it in the Super World? Oh, you got it in Endless, I see. And you wound up with a -2 in Endless. So that probably would have been in Expert, I'm guessing, just given the tuning we've seen of most of this so far. Yeah, maybe not the thing that you want to get if you're doing something like the Nuzlocke challenge. But here we are. Whoops. Yeah, given that with the frog suit level, there definitely were some locations that you had to be extra cautious about if you wanted to do it blindly. I'd say that for the most part, this world has been generally pretty blind-friendly. There have been some questionable locations here and there, but we've been pointing those out as we go along, and there haven't been too many that are a really serious concern. Usually just some involving things like the big red shells that were coming in a few levels ago. The ones that were breaking the ice. That's the only one that has felt like there was a lot of blind damage so far. But in general, this has been a pretty fair experience. And the mechanics have been a lot of fun, too. There's a lot of variety going from one level to the next, while still maintaining a lot of the principles that we identify as traditional. Super Expert. Okay, it has 2%. I see. I don't actually know the clear rates for most of these. I did take a break after World 4 a few days ago, and I continued with World 5 today, so I'd only looked at a few of the clear rates of levels I'd finished and saw just how far below par I was in some cases. Because I spent a lot of time just going for bonus objectives as well, that would have thrown off some of the clear rate estimation. And yeah, if you want to avoid deaths or a net negative in Endless mode, you definitely need to be very cautious with the lava segment. Given that some of the timings will not necessarily be clear right off the bat. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, close. And in we go. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that so much from around the 2% zone does get seeded into Super Expert, given that, you know, going from something like 2% to, say, 0.5 to 1% is actually a pretty huge jump. Sometimes. Depending, of course, on what you're good at as a player as well. There are definitely levels with certain styles that I struggle with relative to most other players, and certain levels that I'm much better at than other players. And it's always interesting to see how that shakes out and how the clear rate reflects the overall player base. Okay. Let's just maintain some stability here. Alright. Let's get around this guy. Whoa, let's... no, I was trying to go for the red pipe, and that was reckless. Yeah, I don't play very much Endless at all. I haven't played Endless actually really since the first month of the game, so... most of what I understand about the way it's seated is just from watching other streamers. Okay, I do want to beat the optional challenges here, though. There have only been 2 levels, I think, where we... possibly 3, where we missed the secret rooms. And they did all involve pink coin collection, where it was just past a point of no return, where I missed one along the way. Okay, let's get through here. I just let it pass through. No, bad cycle there. And yeah, I guess what you're saying about Super Expert is quite true, that there's just this huge band of variance where... you know, Expert, if you're talking about something like 5 to 10% or so, that's going to be reasonably consistent. But Super Expert, there are just so many different orders of magnitude of difficulty within that. So, let's drop this. And go. Alright, now let's let this sweep down. And we'll just give it an additional sweep first. Okay. There we go. Let's maybe not go for the... oh, we could, actually. I've got the mushroom. I can afford to take a hit if I want to try the pipe. There's nothing in the pipe, just coins. But progressive power-up will be helpful. Momentarily helpful. Yeah, unfortunately... okay, these are all just going to be single stumps, so... it's not a spawning issue here, it's just that they were single stumps to begin with. And that's going to be checkpoint. With only 1 pink coin so far, that seems unusually low. I feel like we've probably missed a lot. But this could also just be a very lengthy level. We can drop a flower. I like that it gives you a bit of a choice as you enter here. Where if you already have the flower going into this segment, you can also just choose to take the 1-up. Okay, really interesting use of Bowser Fire here. Usually just a very uncontrolled nuisance, but here it's legitimately a well thought out obstacle. Whoops. But yeah, we see a couple of coins available down here before we get to the key down at the bottom. And I missed the first one. I missed the first coin, really. Okay, that's interesting. I guess I wasn't paying attention to that, huh? That's okay, we know what the text is supposed to say. Oh, whoops. There we go, here. I'm just going to try to collect everything anyway, though, just to show that it can be done. Whoops. Yeah, so this is not going to be quite 100% run through the super world, but I already, whoops, knew that from having missed about 3 of the secrets earlier, so we have enough to work with that we can probably reconstruct a message. In fact, this level is not going to give me any additional information I don't already know about the overall code. So we'll just get over here. Love how the circular fiery planetoids here, these circular orbits, do lean into this intergalactic theme. Much more so, in fact, than a lot of the earlier levels that we'd seen. Yeah, 3 coins here. We'll need to wait for the availability of a key. No, we take the shell and we kill the sun. That's all there is to it. But we need to be aware of the fact that the lava rises to the level that takes out the Koopas. So we do need to get back out. And we'll just try to catch the sun on the next pass. Here, oh, Koopa's going to wake up. So let's not stall too long there. There we go. Nice little deflection through the center. Checkpoint once again. Because we haven't fought Bowser yet, that's true, so. It turns out the sun was only the second last boss all along. Here's the key door, so we did miss 2 coins. No, unless this is just the exit to Bowser's room, which looks to be the case. So yeah, maintaining position over that platform as well as getting a sufficient number of shell hits is going to be the challenge here. And of course, if it takes us through all 13 lives, I should have hit the mushroom and then hit the other block, because that was probably a progressive power-up. And if it were something like the Tanuki leaf, for instance, that would have been very useful. No, let's not hit it simultaneously like that. That's a mistake we've made far too many times. Why do I just sail this across? No, no way. Not nearly in position. We do need to jump off of the platform multiple times. Yeah, we need to do full jumps off of it even if we do the shell release. Otherwise, same mistake. Otherwise we will have the same issue with timing. Yeah, I mean, I guess that checkpoint and power-up placement was done for the sake of symmetry, but definitely throws off your ability to use that progressively. Okay. Back and forth a few times. It's not going to be too hard to fight conceptually. You just need to be good at maintaining the jump with your shell releases. That's luckily something we've had plenty of practice on with shell levels lately, so in the context of this fight, it's not too rough. As far as the pink coins go, I can see that the last coin is probably placed after all this, so the pink coin key does not allow you to skip bosses. I would guess that's how things are working here. Let's check this. I just want to check the claw. Yeah, I guess Bowser just drops into the claw from above, so hence that opening. Take the shell through. We'd better drop this. I was hoping to soft drop it and I kicked it by mistake. Alright, we'll finally see what power up this is. Fire flower. Okay. Thought I was being so fancy, taking a shell through with me. It's okay, we know how to do this. It's not going to be too bad. Relatively simple concept, relative to even some of the earlier bosses we had seen. But yeah, actually, with a lot of the Pinktops bosses, you can see that on one hand they have a lot of variety, but on the other hand they also usually have this kind of cyclical timing element to them on a very regular basis. A lot of them are just about being able to read a cycle, the way that we did with the Bullet Blaster wave fight with Boom Boom much earlier on. That was a particularly standout example of this, that you kind of have a couple of different timings to watch. That you have kind of this source of chaos, which in this case comes in the form of projectiles, plus something that has a very cyclical regularity to it. So you're on one hand following a pattern, and on the other hand following something that throws you off the pattern. So let's check this pipe here. Yeah, just a heart, and unfortunately we did miss the coin at the start, so... You see the wolf, welcome. So yeah, missed a first coin, how embarrassing. That is going to be the clear. Well, that's going to be the end. And we might as well see the celebration screen. Okay. Well, that's going to be it, but we're going to look at the message. Thank you so much for all the GGs from everybody who was lurking. Quite an enjoyable experience. And you're right, it totally is a Beatles lyric. So, and in the end, the something you take is equal to the something you make. I believe the relevant words here are just... Oh, okay. I see what happened here. Yeah. I see what threw me off. Both of the words are love. And the thing that threw me off was the upside down one here that I read as UE or NE because I wasn't sure how to parse the thing that was in the upside down world. It's actually supposed to be VE. And for some reason I interpreted the V as a U. Other than that, we were just missing clues in 2-4, 4-3, and of course 7-4 as we saw earlier, and just the last castle level there. But in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make, which is of course just the end. So that's going to be it for this stream. I feel like it was actually a pretty good split between the first and second half. In total, the running time would have been somewhere around 6.5 hours. And yeah, really strong levels throughout. Great concepts, really approachable still for traditional players. A lot of secret placement to play with, and a lot of unique concepts going from one stage to the next. So, as far as the schedule for this week is going to go, we have a fairly busy and ambitious timetable. On top of the regular schedule that we have, I'm hoping to run a puzzle stream tomorrow on the Monday to Tuesday stream, as we do most weeks. And we'll have another maker feature probably on the Thursday to Friday stream, which is our usual slot for things like Super Worlds and other maker showcases. So do stay tuned for stuff like that. We tend to map out the schedule a little bit in advance in a Discord if you are there with us. In the meantime, I will send you folks off on a raid somewhere, probably to another maker streamer, and I'll just be scanning around for that in a minute. But in the meantime, thank you so much for staying with me the whole time and joining in this adventure. And do enjoy your day, your night, your week in general. And until next time, thanks for watching, and as always, fare thee well.